Good morning. Wait, am I alive? Oh. Good morning. I accidentally pressed the thing. Hehehe. Ohayo. Goyaima. What the hell? Why is there two of me? Let's try that again. Excuse me. What the heck? That keeps happening. That keeps happening for some odd reason. If I try it again, do you think it'll happen again? Nobody saw that. Excuse me. Let's try it this time. Good morning. Ohayo. Nobody saw that. Nobody saw that, actually. That was so fast that nothing happened. Good morning. Good evening. Happy... What day is it today? Pretty sure it's Friday. I forgot my thing. Oh, no, I have it here. I have tea this time, chat. Good morning. Good morning. TGIF. Wait, is it still Thursday where some of you are, chat? Am I in the future? Am I speaking to you from the future? My tea is cold. Dang. Okie dokie. Hi there, chat. I'm the same future as you are. Tell me, fellow future resident person, how is the future for you? Is it great? Did we finally solve global warming? Is the air as fresh as it was 3,000 years ago? I don't have my glasses yet. Oh, I mean, I have my current glasses, but I don't have my new glasses because they don't exist yet. Yeah, okay. Man, how about today? We chill today, chat. Good morning. Wait. Let's change to a chill time. That's not a chill time. This is a chill time. There we go. Man, well, for those of you in the past, have you had dinner yet? Have you had dinner yet? Did you eat? Wowzers, I got up later than I did yesterday. Chill stream. What do you mean? Yesterday was chill. It's been so chill. It's been so chill. I've been chilling all this week, chat. Hi, dog. Hi, Mikey. Good morning. I have to be honest that when someone claimed first, I'm not sure if that checks out because I didn't open Mix It Up yet because I'm dumb. How about I try to give it to you manually? Let's see if that works. I really should start figuring out how this goes, chat. Or who claimed it? I think it was Obsidian. 5 stream streak, let's go! Beep 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 beep. See, you guys actually have money now. What to do with that money, I don't know. Wah 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 wah. Wah 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 wah. Nyaha. I will figure out what to do with those coins. But today, that's... You know what? It's... You actually paid chatter. Actually, you're getting paid with illegal money. Yep. The money app right now does nothing, but you have bragging rights. It's not working for me. Huh. Why? Is it because it's my account? There's a cooldown. Why is it not working for you, I wonder? Oh, there you go. Oh, there you go. Right now, there's only richness bragging rights. That's all you have right now. We'll think about it later. Get one, get all. I don't even know what that means. Thing. Yeah, I'm trying to think of what to redeem with the coins. 366 for all the mental anguish. Benders, why would you do that? Deduct coins. Deduct coins. You know what I should do? I wonder if I could make it so every time you use unholy, you pay. That should totally be a... I should deduct. That, you know the English word for it. Worth it, I... Whatever. And then if you don't have enough money to pay for the command, I don't know what happens, but something will happen. Ban the streamer. Don't worry, I checked and the mods are probably not here. Why do you think I started stream chat? It's because I think I'm in the clear right now, chat. Shh, don't tell them. That's a secret stream that I scheduled for. Haha. Ha ha. Oh sure. Okay, jokey. You're evil. Exactly, chat. This is the exact moment, right? You know what I mean? Like, this is perfectly timed. I have absolute freedom. If they were here, they would fix it. What's wrong with the title? There's nothing wrong with the title. Michi's also nap. Did you watch it lang? Yeah, I know, right? I'm waiting for it. How did you know? I'm like waiting for it. I'm like silently stalking her. She's previewing right now, is it? What is that? Is that a waiting room? Wait, chat. Let's see if I can open it with my very limited streaming skills, chat. Okay, let's see. Is it now? Is it like right at this exact moment? Oh, the new... budget went into this, chat. Budget went into this. Okay, let's see. No, wrong button. Was it this one? Oh, chat. Ray, don't debut yet before I figure this out. Ray, my sister from another mister, can you like wait a second while I try to figure out how to show your thing? Thank you. Please just stay at the starting screen forever. I don't know how to do it. Wait, how about here? Why is NFS here? I'm trying to hide from the mods for absolutely no reason because I'm a good child. You know what I mean? Do you understand what I mean? I think I got it, chat. I think I have discovered... Corner. Wrong corner. Got them. Wait. Corner. Wait, damn. I'm in the wrong corner. I swear, I've streamed for a long time. So, some people would say so, yes. There. I think I did it. Wait. The amount of production. Ray better appreciate this, chat. I did fade to black because I'm dumb. We forget about that. That never happened. Shut up. Nobody say anything. Why is she being dumb? There, chat. Yep. Yep. I'm blind. Oh, it's a new room. I'm so dumb. Look at that, chat. Don't tell her I'm watching. We're up? Oh my god, shit, look! We're in the back! Holy crap! Chat! I'm in the back! Holy crap! Look at that! All the girly pops are there. Is this it? Kanna mentioned, I know, I'm famous. What? Yippee! Oh. You. Well. Look, Pharaoh's there! Why is Pharaoh there? Ben, thank you for the sub! Kinda worry, because this is a browser that I don't usually use. For some reason, the settings are... Are you judging me for my mode? I don't usually use this browser. I don't know what's going on. Is it here? There! I can stop offending your eyes. Shut up. Feels like a flashbang. Dang. Where's the boobs? I mean, where's my bestie? Oh. Oh. Her chat thingy is so cute, chat. Shut up. You heard nothing. You took all the boobs. Oh, are we supposed to be able to hear her background music? Wait, let me hear it. Am I deaf? I hear nothing. Where's the background? Am I deaf? Chat, do you hear something? Am I deaf? Wait. Oh, there is something. Why is she doing this? I think you're dumb. You think I'm dumb? Well, today I don't have the sticker that says dumb on my head. So, actually, that's invalid. I'm actually being a genius today. I should also add a thing that says I'm a genius. Clean your ears. I blame hardware, actually. I think it's not me. I'm not the problem. Shut up. I'm smart. Whoa. Chat, she has a better room than I do. Oh, it actually does look like her room. She just has a lot of shit in her place. She likes what she calls a chaotic, organized mess. I think. Wow. You know what? Can I just say something? I'm pretty sure the drawers, the white drawers, are IKEA drawers. Just make sure you spell it right. Genius. Yes, with a J. What else can I blame if not the tism? NFS, I don't know what to tell you. I should take every test imaginable. We'll diagnose ourselves, right? One day we'll find out what's wrong with me. And I have hope. Please don't self-diagnose yourself. But is it self-diagnosis, chat? Is it self-diagnosis if I just take, like, what do you call it? The tests? The thingamajiggy? Like, it's a quiz. So technically, I'm not assessing myself. The quizzes are assessing it for me. Right? Go IKEA now. What if I do that for the weekend? I'll write that down. We need Kanna re-debut ASAP. I'm trying, chat. I'm trying. I'm saving up. Ish. What? You know what? This is like me being conflicted, I guess. It's like, I don't know. How do I say it? How do I say it? Let me think. I'm thinking. My brain is loading at a very slow speed. Oh, brother. Sometimes I don't know. I find a very hard time prioritizing, if that makes sense. Because I feel like probably there's a lot that I need to do. Because I wanna try my best to keep making better content for you guys, right? So sometimes I don't know how much, like, how I should split that between the re-debut and maybe, say, for example, doing covers and stuff like that. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? Like, say, for a very simple example, I have 100 Kanna coins. How much of the Kanna coins should I put into, like, doing a cover? You know what I mean? Because, like, a cover would then have, like, different things, right? A cover would have, like, the BGM, and then you have the art, and then the animation, and then the MV, right? So how much should I put into that? And then how much should go to the re-debut? And how much to go to other projects and stuff? You know? I feel like I find it difficult to decide. Decide which is the best course of action sometimes, you know? And then I get decision paralysis. But it do be like that, and that's how my brain works, chat. That's how my brain works. Those online quizzes are not conclusive. But isn't it, like, standardized? You know what I mean? It's also about what you enjoy doing. Huh. I never thought about it that way. What I enjoy doing? Wait a minute. What I enjoy... Me? Oh, because, like, I'm in the equation? Question mark? Oh no, I'm dumb. Maybe because, like, I usually, the way I think about it is like, how do I say it? I always try to think of what would make you guys happy, but I don't always necessarily think about what would make me happy. And I never realized that I could be in the equation. Yes, you're the streamer. But I'm here because of you guys. And I'm able to be here because of you guys. That's why I don't really... Also, you're the streamer and thus the content. Oh. Kanna, we got feet. Holy shit. She's floating and she's flying. Holy crap. Okay, Bimo. I know you really like feet. I understand that now. Her shoes at least. Oh, wait. Let's see. Not really. It's okay. We're all like very acceptant here. We're very acceptant here. Yo. I'll go down on me. Okay, wait, what? Oh my god, suckies. I have a similar pair but in a different color. Dang, with the ankle twist. What's this girl trying to do? Start an OF? Is that some ankle action? Dang. I enjoy watching people do or talk about things they love. Then I should keep figuring out what I love, right, chat? Right, chat? Relax, Kanna. Me? What did I knew? Like, listen to her. She's so happy. Showing off her sexy ankles. Wait, let's do instead of chill. Maybe not. Let's see this one. Shopee? We all know what happens when I shop in Shopee, chat. What the fuck? Oh no! But you do hand cam streams. What do you mean, your skin? Was kind of normal. What's going on? Just so you know, I haven't seen this model yet. So I genuinely don't know what's above those sexy ankles. Dang. Just some food for thought, since we know you're food motivated. Everyone here likes to see a happy dog. Aww. So maybe make your streams about trying things out and discovering what makes you happy. I've always lived my life thinking about everything else other than me. So it's a learning experience where it doesn't come naturally to me. It's gonna be a bit weird, but it is what it is. Oh! Don't look at her skirt. What do you mean don't look at your skirt? You're showing it off. Her knees are... it's probably like those skirts that goes down to your calf type thing. It's not what's under what? The skirt? Yes, please. Actually, yeah, use that emote. Spam it. Spam it. Exactly. That's beautiful angle. Perfect. Exactly. Yep. Oh, yeah. Perfect. They're still looking at your butt, girl. What are you on about? They're still looking at your butt. We're still seeing your butt. From the outside, respectfully. Like a what? A pocket knife? That's lethal. Sorry. Just the thought of her, like, dead ass looking at me. Now you can't look under my skirt. I'm like, okay. Oh, girl. Yeah, she's like all about self-defense. And she's not even wearing a... She's wearing a long skirt, is she not? You would have to crouch really low to be able to look up her skirt. Oh. Okay, first of all, I don't have enough clothes to know. But this is denim, right, chat? This is a denim skirt? Question mark? Oh my god, her dog is talking. You are almost that short. Shut up. I'm taller than you might believe. I'm practically as tall as Ray, actually. I wish I can remote control her model so then I can just eat it up and then we can use the Pepe staring thing again. Oh, we got fingers. Oh, chat. We got fingers. Well manicured because she gets it done every month. Why you looking at me like that? Why you looking at me like that? Oh. I should do my nails. I actually genuinely don't even have... Yeah. Yeah. I should do my nails. She's so lewd, chat. She has this thing about holding hands. I think she's so lewd. Oh my god! Okay, I'm sorry. I'm kind of low-key dying on the inside. Cause like, you know, Ray is like dead ass, right? And she doesn't like... She doesn't get sappy. So when she does, I don't know what to do and I start laughing. You know what I mean? Look. I saw a clip of you and Ray. Yeah, exactly. And I'm embarrassed and she wasn't. I'm telling you, this girl... She handholds everyone. And I find that offensive. I thought we were special. You know what I mean? Man. She loves holding those grubby mitts. I hope you're not talking about my hands. Posture, you're right. My feet. Should I put books under my platform thing? Pedestal? What the heck was that? What did I just hear? Just girl number 37. I know that's fucked up. At least with Ollie, I'm number 3. You know what I mean? I'm cringing. Wow. Mm-hmm. Oh! I've come. Oh my god, Fairy, you came just in time. You're on the cake. Do you not see the cake? You're on the cake. Thank you for vibrating in my space. I guess. You are the cake. Oh, well, there you are. I'm here to watch the wiggling... Is that a keychain? Oh my god, it's so cute. I've given you the plushie maker. Do I not matter to you, Subs? I gave it to her last year. I swear to God, this girl. Make it myself. I can't sue. I can't stop staring at her. I wish the tiger on the cake would twerk. To be very honest with you. Ooh, I like her. Okay, I see a bit of skin, so that's not sleeves. They're arm warmers, right? I like the arm warmers. No belly? Dang. Oh, see chat, I'm not the Tamagotchi. She is. The gray t-shirt. Okay, so if that's a skirt, that means that the navy thing is like an under skirt, undershirt. Oh, she is very Tamagotchi obsessed, I have to say. I thought Michi was a, well, there are different types of Tamagotchis. Tamagotchi is a whole I don't know what you're talking about. I'm actually the mature one in this friendship. Think about that. I'm the mature one. I'm the older sister. That's what I claim. That's what I claim. Oh, we see a bit of hair. Am I blind or is that purple? Yeah. Hurry up, we need to go to work. That's so valid. Who's going to work at 11? Kanna Tamagotchi is completely different to take care of. Because my name is Tamachi, I don't identify with this Tamagotchi thing you're speaking of. Oh, she has like purple tips, chat. The girlies could make a whole Tamagotchi collection. True. Kanagotchi is hard mode. Level god hard. I resent that. I actually... I'm the easy one. Think about it. I'm the easiest level probably. I don't pee and poo on the floor. I'm telling you. I don't deserve this bonk. I don't deserve this. I protest. Where's my people? Oh, hi, Sen. Wait, why are you here? Anagachi is the challenge run. What's that mode in games after you clear it and then you have to do like the death mode? Shelter. New game plus. That's the word. What? Do I... I have to say that she has been wearing that bag forever. Wow, wow, look at that jawline. So sharp, she's gonna cut your throat. Dang. Kanakoid. Bibo, are you trying to... What is it called? Pamer. I still can't find the English word for it. Flaunt. Are you flaunting your Kanna coins? Damn. Sharp chin. That you can cut veggies. Yes. Please. For the love of God, just show me your face. Yeah. Cut vegetables. Come. Is she lying? Is she pranking us? Is this it? You forgot to say. You're so right. But wait. Whoa! Let's go! Her ears are sharper than her jaw. There you have it, ladies and gentlemen. The left ear is to cut vegetables. The right ear is to cut whatever else that are not vegetables. Whoa, 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 whoa. Wow, you see those sharp lines. She can poke an eye out with those ears. I better not stand right next to her. Holy shit. Oh, there's actual clappies. Holy shit. I'm checking my compensation for the Bozo Kanna whimsy and mental anguish. I don't know what you're talking about. Wow. They're beautiful. Holy shit, 200 subs. Let's go, cow. Yo. I love how I'm clapping here and I'm thanking Cow for the subs, but it's her stream. Cow can hear me telepathically. Let's go! Whoa! I should type, but if I type, you guys can't see it. Holy shit, wait. How do I do this? Go back to chat. Oh. Oh, it's in Japanese. Okay. Let's go. There. Don't interrupt. Okay, sorry. Did she say dog? Is she... Did she hate me? Did she say... Oh. Wow. She hates me, chat. She hates me. Huh? Wait, you knew Kanna's watching? What if she's watching me watching her? What the fuck? Chat? She's spazzing. She's spazzing. I don't know how to put chat below the screen thing. Whatever. Oh! Whoa! My god, why are her eyes so pretty? Actually, hello chat. Why do I feel like she's blushing under the glasses? Am I on something? Let's take a closer look. By closer, I mean I should put on glasses so I can see my bestie's new model. Holy crap, it's even sharper with glasses. Chat! It's been blurry this whole time. Holy shit. And there I thought her model was slightly blurry. Chat, it turns out that I'm the problem. Whoa! Her hair is so fluffy. Let's... Makasih ya, babe. I'll clean the glasses. With a tissue works, right? Wow. Sailor Ray. Orbiting the planet... Wait. Ito baru sadar. Wow, chat. She's a beauty. Oh, wow. Everything's clearer now. That's crazy. Oh, she's using drawing terms that I don't understand. Okay. She has toggles, chat. You can make the chat become pop out. I can do that? Oh! Nobody saw that. Shut up. Thank you for the tip. Haha. Haha. It's okay. Nobody needs to know. Oh. Oh. You're so smart. Thank you. No, her iPad is just for drawing. She brings it everywhere with her. And actually, I think that's smaller than her iPad. But, you know, I'm never good with scale. You saw my wrench, chat. Clip it. Clip what? Clip what? You guys actually do clip a lot. One of these days... I should watch the clips. I've been afraid to open it because what if it's all just unholy? Kanna gets really confused about 6 inches. Shut up. It was 9. That's 3 whole extra inches. Oh, but brother, I will need to start deducting Kanna coins for using the unholy command. Where's my people? Make it happen. Set it up. My people are watching Ray's stream right now. And by my people, I mean Pharaoh's people. Holy crap! What the heck? No, that's accurate. That looks like her eye bags. Holy shit. Chat. That's actually accurate. That looks like her actual eye bags. Holy shit. No, it's actually true. That's real, by the way, chat. I'm not even kidding. That's actually lighter than her actual... That's actually not as bad as her real ones, if that's even possible. You're blind without your glasses. What's that like? Even the color in her eyes disappear. Exactly. And her eyes are even more dead when she takes off her glasses. You're right. You're blind even with your fuck ass prescription. It's not that bad. I don't think it would have changed that much. Wait, I think I can read that without my glasses. Wait. You know what it is? Sen, the text is slightly doubling. You know what I mean? It's like there's 2 of you when there's only 1. The silence is deafening. Why are her eyes even more dead inside? Oh. No, they should automatically toggle somehow your dead eyes. But what are you happy though, Ray? Aren't you always dead inside? Will we ever see happy Ray one day? You know, I knew Ray doesn't have a pocket knife because she'll cut you with... That's true. Oh, because my brain was like, yes, you do have earring. There's 2, and I'm like, yes, correct. That's true. That's true. I love her hair. It's cute. It's so cute. I have a silly question because I don't know how hair works. Is the long part also long at the back? Or is it just the front part? You know what I mean? We need references, Ray. What for all the fan art? I don't understand how your hair works. It's very fluffy at the top. What is it called? Like a wolf cut? Wolf cut. Is it not? When it's like fluffy on top and then it's kind of long on the bottom. It's not a mullet. It's not a mullet, right? They're sharp as heck. Ray gets shy? And yet she holds my hand like it's no big deal? She's lying, chat. Yeah, green screen. Me, I gotta go away, chat. That's what she said. I gotta go away. She shooed the dog away, so now I have to leave. What can I do? Dang. And I thought we were besties. If you do want to check out Ray's new thingamaboob, definitely head over to her channel, chat. I was watching that. And I love how this is like what's on YouTube on my other window. What? Twitch. Brother. Ray Lavere, for the love of God. There. I almost clicked unfollow because I'm dumb. Lagu siapa? I think it's like City Pop or something, chat. Let's see. Space Kid Yuji Ono. I think. Here. Space Kid. I also don't know the song. I thought it was Indonesian. It does vibe like that. Not gonna lie. Okay, dokie, chat. I'll stop stalking my best friend, so she won't think that I miss her or something. Dang. I should wear my glasses. I feel like every time I notice my glasses are already off, I take them off so often without realizing. Is it... I feel like I'm not totally completely blind without them. You know what I mean? So then if I get tired, my hands just automatically take it off. Now game? Oh. Should we? Why are you... I need to deduct your coins. Someone set it up so that the coins deduct. Every damn time. I'll get food maybe at 12? Don't touch my compensation. You sound like an office worker who's like being threatened with a pay cut. Like, actually... Okay. Right? You get it, Timmy, right? Basically, you're like, don't cut my pay. I come here every day on the dot. And I do my job, keeping this dog alive. How can you cut my pay? Boss, I need to feed my cat. Whiskas ate sheep, you know. Oh, you're so right. Because now I have a dog to feed, chat. Now I have a dog to feed and she's very food motivated. How dare you? Did you get food yet? Not yet. I'll order it. Wait, I ordered it. I'm so smart. I ordered it, but I left my phone outside. So I don't know if it's here yet. I'll check in an hour. It's probably here in an hour. Probably. I don't know where my phone is. What? It'll be fine. At least I remember to buy food this time. Have you seen the price of gas? I need to refuel my your Lamborghini. Right. Please, boss, don't do this to me. You know what they say. Go electric or something. You can give me your Lamborghini and we'll switch. I'll pay you how many ever Kanna coins you want. Yeah, I don't know if the driver, the delivery person is gonna like find the place, but we pray, chat. In an hour, we'll find out if my food will be safe or not. Okay, actually, I'm gonna take my glasses off again. I don't know why I can't stand wearing them for long. My eyes. Ugh. That lasted like 1 minute, probably. Predictions. Will food arrive? Have faith in me, chat. Have faith in me. Actually, since it's, well, Thursday slash Friday for some of you, I thought we would just chill. I thought we would chill because I honestly can't believe it's like the end of May. Almost the end of May already. Time flies so fast, chat. We're almost halfway through 2026, which I think is insane, honestly. I genuinely think that's insane. Definitely chill with Kanna. Exactly. Like, it's more like the frame problem. Maybe. Maybe it's not comfy for me. The nose bridge thing, so that I'm too lazy. Wow, I'm... Wow. Pata-pata, anjir. Wait. Do I have things open? I think I do. Wait. Wow. Pata-pata. Is it, what is it called? Is it jittery for you guys? I need to upgrade my PC. I opened the game and that's what happens. And now I'm frozen. What the actual heck? Wow, chat. I really need to upgrade my PC. Whoa. When will RAM prices go down? Okay, wait. Oh, there. Is she gone? I tell you. RAM prices, can you please go down so I can upgrade, please? I'm not even sure if this game is heavy, you know what I mean? Should I be bottom right? Maybe. Bottom right. This is where I'm at today. It might take years. I'm gonna die, chat. Okay, okay. Bum bum bum. Bum bum bum. Wonder if I can... Language, no. Layout, no. Settings. Video. Windowed? Would that make it better? No. What if I made it smaller? Does it matter? That's bigger. Yep. Yep. Maybe this? Yes? Does resolution matter, chat? Will it make it... Let's ensure my PC doesn't die. It's squeezed! Am I crazy? No, it's not squeezed. There we go, chat. There we go, chat. Okay. All is safe again. I want to continue playing Librarian today. Because because I really want to unlock the skills, chat. That's honestly all there is. Ugh, okay. Let's see. Okay. For performance? Yeah. I think because it was jittery earlier. And it's kind of... I can tell it's like responding slower than it usually is. So, today... Today we're gonna... today I'm not playing full screen, I guess. It is what it is. Boop, 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 boop. I do... want to... minimize chat a little bit though. I forgot to tweet that I'm streaming, didn't I? Did I? I totally did, didn't I? Aw, man. But I remembered... New record, only 1 hour of yaps. Honestly, I'm not a big yapper in the first place, chat. I don't know what you're on about. Okay, let's see. What should I tweet? Stacking books. Chill and yappies, I guess. What's my link again? Whatchamacallit? There we go. I've tweeted. I've done my dues. Ish. Let's see. Stacking books to stay alive. You're so right. Let's see. How do I shrink you again? There we go. I think it worked. Probably. Someone say something so I can check. Chat is gone. Smile. Okay, it works. You cannot shrink me. You're tiny now, tiger. Okay, okay. Oh. Wow. The week is gonna end very soon. Man. Hi, Zaid. Okay, chat. Last time... It's saved, right? My hard work isn't missing. Okay. I think it crashed. It crashed, chat. For the love of please. Please, RAM. Can your prices go down? Chat, the game crashed. Am I gonna die? Chat. Do you think my PC is okay? Well, that was fun. Okay, let's try again. Shirley? She made it longer than Michi without a call-in. I'm striving and trying my best every day, chat. Okay. It's here, it's here. All my hard work has been saved. Okay, I have a goal today. I want abilities. Do you see this? I remember that we have no abilities right now, so my goal is to get an ability today, chat. Pharaoh, you're gonna be so proud of me today. I don't remember what's in my hands. Okay, so Our job, chat. Basically, we're locked in this place until we clean everything up, right? And so, our reward is not extra pay, but pizza. With that in mind, we must certainly... I think it's better on the other side, no? We must certainly, chat, get the pizza. So, let's clean this up, shall we? I want to see if it's also a fluke that I didn't get motion sickness the first time. Book of Spells. Okay. I kind of low-key remember where some of the stuff are. This is the destruction shelf? I forgot to change stream name. Hiya. Librarian. Oh. Is this the right game? Librarian? Am I crazy? Aha! I did it. There, are you proud of me? Oh, Sen did it for me. Never mind. And actually, Sen's look better. Sen did it faster. He has a skill set. What if I pretend that was me? Let me copy paste Sen's command. Okay. Purification magic. Thank you, Sen, for your hard work. Compendium of Sacred. Do you think we'll finish today? Oh, wrong place? Sacred. This should be the right place. 4, 5, 6? Why is it not glowing? Did I get it wrong? Yeah, it should be glowing like that. Am I crazy? What? Oh, it is glowing. I'm just blind. I'm gonna wear my glasses now. I'm wearing my glasses now. Wait, what if I wear glasses and then I do that? I do see the gold better. Damn. It's detrimental. Oh, brother. Volume 6. We got this, chat. We're gonna be the best librarian ever. Fire. Novice. Volume 5. Okay. We need to complete a whole row so that we can get abilities, right? So, I think we should find this one because there's only 2 left. Grand Compendium of Healing Magic. Or this one, the Fire. Okay, chat. Be on the lookout for a fire book. Or a healing book. Oh, we found one. Okay, one more. No, that's philosophy. Do you think it's upstairs? It's what? Space. Huh. If you see any white books... Is that it? No, it kinda looks like it. It's like white with like... You know what I mean? It's kind of white with like a red thing in the middle. Okay. Like this. This one. Do you see the top of that book, chat? We just need one more. Volume 4. We just need one more, chat. I think we can find it maybe upstairs? We haven't looked that much upstairs. Spells of Holy Light. Spells of holy light. Okay. There. Okay, let's go upstairs, because I don't think it's down here. Did I throw it down? Sacred barriers. 4 principal. Because I remember I threw a lot of books down last time. I don't remember them being the Grand Compendium something. Oh, we found a romance book. Maybe upstairs? Maybe upstairs? What's this? Genesis theory. It can't be in this giant pile, right? And also, we haven't found any keys. Oops, what did I take? Ah, healing. Okay. A white book with a red... well, with a circle thing in the middle. I think is what it looked like. Oh my god, look! Curry flavored poop. A white book. A white book. A white book. Beastification. Space. A white book. I think we should look on the other side. Because like I haven't combed through a lot of the other side. As far as I remember. What if it's on the shelf? Because like I know sometimes they have the fairy who caused this mess in the first place would kind of try to screw me over. Philosophy of mana and willpower. Oh, there's also only one left of this one, so this could be like a thing. We should put the curry thing on the curry pile. And the kissing one is here. There you go. Kitchen magic. If we can also find the philosophy book, that might also solve it. I don't see it. That one's philosophy. That one looks scary. I genuinely don't see it. What if it's actually in the pile, chat? Below, on the floor of the first floor. They can't have locked the book inside the treasure chest, right? Philosophy or healing? Philosophy or healing? Philosophy or healing? We gotta do this, chat. If we find it, we're gonna unlock the abilities, you know? And then it's practically done afterwards. Magical blah blah blah. Prole something. I don't know. We just need one more. Holy light. I don't see it at all. Man, let's put it down first. In the shelves. We can't carry anymore. Let's see. Healing's on the right. Intro. Oh, healing's on the left. Never mind. Introduction. Okay, volume 5. Book of Spells. I forgot if gravitation belongs here or not. 1, 2, 3. Nope. Is it here? 3? Oh yeah, you're right. Book of Spells for space. Why are you all petting the mods? Is it because I'm behaving today? Then shouldn't I be the one getting pets? Where are my head pats? I demand head pats. The 4 Principles. Volume 2. Volume 2. Wasik! Makasih ya, Beb. Benders, that's not a head pat. That is also not a head pat. That's a bonk. Healer diff? What the heck is that? No more healer diff. No more. No more? No more healer diff. We got it. I think that's it. The rest are philosophy books. Pro blah blah blah. Provolone thing. Where the heck is a provolone book? There we go. I misclicked. Are you lying to me? Is that real? Holy power. If I just grab all the white books, right? Then that means whatever left will be the Grand Compendium. Right? Right, chat? Do you think they're down here somewhere? It's gonna take forever. Aw, man. Okay, let's just put these in first. Book of Flight, Volume 1. 4 Principles of a Healer's Ethic, Volume 3. Thanks for following. Feel free to chill, 'cause I'm just chilling today. I'm trying to get used to streaming more days in a row again. You know what I mean? And seeing if my throat dies. Because I think starting next week, I do want to make like... What is it called? I want to make a schedule that's kind of more fixed, if that makes sense. So like you wouldn't have to guess which days I'm streaming. I'm trying to plan ahead, basically. Book of Spells. That way I can see you guys. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. And you guys can see me. Like a consistent... Yeah, a more consistent schedule is the word I'm looking for. Sacred purification magic. Either that or at least I can like put the schedule up before the week starts so you don't have to be confused. You know what I mean? So then you'll know that I'm alive, chat. Fundamentals. Forgot how to zoom. How do I zoom again? Click? Ah, okay. Fundamentals. Okay. Volume 2. If you're streaming, we watch. Would you really, chat? I really do appreciate a lot of you drop by when I stream. Makes me happy because I can talk to you guys and it makes my day. I'm also like adjusting to having a puppy around. Cause like I've been on my own for a while. You know what I mean? And now I have a little creature. A little creature that honestly cries when I go in my PC room because she knows I'm not out there playing with her. I'm also adjusting to living with another creature who I'm still working hard on potty training. This morning though, chat. This morning, my dog finally... I got my dog a new pee pad. Tray thing, right? You don't understand how much it makes me happy that she peed in the right place. She's been peeing in the right place, but like it was on the floor with like a diaper pad thing, right? So now I got her a tray. So when, cause like she drinks a lot and thus she kind of also pees a lot. So it kind of leaks everywhere sometimes, you know? And then she steps on it and then she does the cha-cha and dance all over my place. And then everything gets very sticky, to say the least. So I got her a tray, which has been working great to like keep the liquids where they should be. Curing. But like I got two, right? Because I remember I asked you guys last time, and apparently dogs they poo and pee in different places. So I got another one. This time I got one where her paws don't fall between the metal grates. And she took to it immediately. So far at least. I'm trying to get her used to it. The one with the metal grates, because her paws are still tiny, she has like a hard time walking on top of it. So she's kind of hesitant. I've just been lifting the metal grates. You know what I mean? Because like at least then she would use the tray thing. Makes me happy when you stream too. Kanna time is good for the body. You think so? Sometimes. Honestly, and this is not a secret because well, according to Ray, what it's called is imposter syndrome. I always feel like I'm inadequate. And I don't know if I actually make you guys happy when I'm here. So it does make me happy to know that I make you happy and we're spending a bit of time together. You know what I mean? Even when you're just lurking and I'm just yapping in the background until I say something concerning, or then you feel you need to chat. But just time together makes me happy. Holy light is that way, Kanna. You already post schedules a few days before streams, which is already a lot. I'm trying my best. I may be slow, but I'm trying my best, chat. I wish I can be more... I wish I can be faster when I want to do things. sometimes because I feel like I move at a glacial pace. Okay. Compendium of useless magic. I really don't see the grand compendium of healing magic, chat. Because I feel like the book stands out, you know what I mean? It should be like very... Because it has like two thingamaboobies on the back. Two red lines on the spine, I think is what it's called. Binding things. Okay, healing magic. I'm gonna pile you over there for now. Oh, that's another healing magic thing. I'll put that in. Takes some getting used to and adapting. Yeah, I'm wondering if I should just get the new type of P-pad. As in, like, because I got two kinds. One with the metal grid and the other one has like a plastic grid. But it's smaller. Like the size of the mesh is smaller so that her feet don't go through. I wonder if I should just get another one of that or like try to get her used to the metal grate thing. You know what I mean? Oh, and also this morning I woke up and Miu chewed my TV remote. She chewed it up really good, chat. I swear keeping this dog alive is difficult. I know she's teething, but dang, I swear my TV remote is in shambles. Always happy to be here. Thank you. When you stream, I play your stream on speaker. On speaker? On speaker? Got a few people curious on who you are. Aww. Thank you, Azula. I'm low-key embarrassed, but thank you? Question mark? That means I get to accompany you and your buddies when you're working. While I'm losing my mind trying to find where this goes. I forgot there's no shelf there. Healing magic for the reclamation of mind. Here? She's playing the library game. Hi, Dark. I swear I want to unlock the abilities. That's why I'm here. I'm trying to find this book. This book, chat. See? Like from the cover, it looks pretty distinct. You know what I mean? We should be able to find it. I just don't see it. Am I crazy? I'm afraid it's gonna be like on the very bottom of this pile or something. Wait, today for sure we're gonna unlock the abilities. I believe. It's been haunting me, chat. I can't sleep at night. Responsibility and restraint. Okay, let's put the philosophy books first upstairs, I think. Holy magic. I keep eating things, that's not what it's... Okay. I'll leave you here first. Spells for curing, that's also healing. Oops. Am I the best librarian ever? Probably not. You got this. I know, I'm trying. I just need one more book, you know what I mean? I just need one more. To like complete a row and then someone told me that I'll get abilities if I just complete one more row and I can level up, chat. It's within my grasp. Foundation of metaphysics. Let's just go to philosophy first, because I don't think it's here. We looked last time. I can't always stay the whole time, but I always enjoy my time here. Thank you, vendors. I always enjoy your company, no matter how long or how short your stay is. This is not it. Where's philosophy? Oh, here. I think, therefore I am. I think... Volume 8. I accidentally took it. Okay, let's see. Philosophy of self. What if we complete these? Soul, mind, and body. We're so close, chat. I can feel it. I can taste it. Ah! Self and other. Self and other? Self and other? Another shelf here. Wait, did we have this one? Oh, this one. Right? 1, 2, 3, 4. And I think... Oh, we're so close. We're so close. I don't know about close, but you're getting somewhere. No, we're close. I can feel it. She's been behaving today, right, chat? I'm so well behaved lately. Should I just cause trouble? No, I'm kidding. I wouldn't want anyone to say that I cause trouble. Because I'm a troublemaker. Because I'm totally not. You're right, I'm even wearing my glasses. Let's see, chat. Let's see. Over there? Oh, philosophy. Eh? Magical determinism isn't philosophy, is it? 1000 spells. Determinism. Holy magic. I fear it may be downstairs. Actually, I think it's downstairs. I have this sinking feeling. I have this sinking feeling. That's not here. Detective is not here. Gravitation. Healer diff. I feel like it's gonna be like in one of the piles, you know what I mean? Stealth techniques. First love. Okay, we found a love thing, chat. Okay, let's try the other side, shall we? If I, you know, actually, what if I just keep stepping on them until I see something white? Are you down here? No? Not on purpose? Oh, so you admit that I don't cause trouble on purpose. Hey, you know what? For me, that's a win. That's a win for me. Is it under there? Nope. Matter creation. Illusion. Aw, man. I think it may be downstairs, chat. I fear it's in the pile somewhere. You do it at least 65%. I don't trust these numbers. Where's the data? Where's it coming from? Where's the love story? I think it's... love story. 30-year-old. 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 Okay. Or should we look for the romance novels first, chat? Look at that. There's only like one left. True Love and the Strongest Archmage. What if we switch tactics, chat? Let's look for these. If you see any love story, must be downstairs, is it not? Surely? What's that? Illusion. Love story, love story. Actually, why don't I just do this one? Because it's complete. Hello? Like, now that I think about it, isn't this just a complete set? Let's do that. Wait, let me put this down. Do you think I'm smart? Do you think do you think that's why they put that there? So that you can level up faster? Actually, chat, I don't think we should have taken this long to like, you know what I mean? Do you think that maybe this was what they meant it for, actually? No, but I'm smart enough to figure it out, you know? Gravitation. Are you gravitation? Illusion. Oh. Book of space. Book of spell? Space? No. Matter creation. Matter creation. Does this even belong here? Nope. How about here? Ah, okay. Infinite hall. Okay, 1, 2, 3. Okay, we got this. We got this. We got this, chat. This one is here, right? Theological. Theo? Oh, okay. Let's try to find the cat thing. I think we should have done that in the first place, chat. Okay? We got this. Monsterology. M. Oh no, Monsterology 1A. It's even at the very start. I think this is what you're supposed to do in the first place. Aw, man. 9, 3, 4, 5, 8, 4, 6, 7. Wait, where's number 2? Where's number 2? Oh, brother. Is it here? Why would you give me everything but 1? Oh, there we go. Okay, no. We got this. 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 Dude, we were supposed to get this from the start. The game is evil. It's either the game is evil or I'm just dumb. Oh, brother. Chat, we leveled up. We did it. I need to have clapping sound effects. Someone put that in. You leveled up. Press tab to open the ability list. You can earn points to level up your major abilities based on the total number of bookshelf rows that have been... Okay. Basically, every time I complete a row, right, I earn points. Okay, we need to choose wisely, chat. Oh my god, we did it! You finished the set tutorial. It only took me 2.5 hours to finish the tutorial. Holy shit! Okay, we need to choose wisely, chat. Why? Shut up. Shut up. Oh, I think insight might be good. So like a magic spell using the topmost book as a base to cause all books with the same series to glow. So then you can look for it easier, right? Based on the topmost book you're currently holding, books that are in the same series will gather into your hands. So this only assembles it in the pile? If I have the same series in my hands? Question mark? I think to be safe, we might have to go for insight. Right? Because then I can use it to find the grand compendium of blah blah blah. All books. Right? Because I don't think this is like... You know what I mean? Better this or this. Because I think... Finally progress. Maybe insight first. Okay, okay. Oh my god, I'm a novice mage. Holy shit, wait. Let's use it to find the Grand Compendium something. Wait, this is gonna work. Where is it? It glows! Holy crap! Chat! Oh my god! We did it! Oh, yeah, we're gonna zoom through. We're gonna finish today. Yeah, I can feel it. Volume 4. Oh my god, chat! I'm actually genuinely so happy. I'm genuinely so happy. Holy crap. Oh. I should just take that, actually. We'll put the curse and the stealth down first. Okay. Okay, wow. Actually, this is gonna make things so much easier, chat. Fundamentals. 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 9. Holy shit. And now you can get other abilities. You're so right. Okay, so let's try to do the ones that are almost full. That way, right, chat? That way. We can speedily or quickly level up. Oh my god, I'm a genius. I'm smart. This is it. My brain is finally working, chat. My brain is finally at work. I believe. Thank you. Okay, let's try with you. You and you. Oh, but it has a cooldown, right? Okay, let's just get one more first. True love. Okay. Where is it? Where is it? It's down there, chat. Let's go. Let's go. Oh, it's somewhere there. Oh, crap. Because I assume I can't jump off the second floor. Chat, do you remember where it is? It's like here somewhere. Is it this one? We did it. We did it, chat. Holy crap. This works. This works. I believe in Atlas. Oh my god. We could have been done by now. This one, right? No? No, this one. Level up. Dude, we get 2 whole points. I want to know what this is supposed to do. Based on the topmost, books that are in the same series will gather into your hands. I kind of don't get it. Should we try it? Should we do auto shelving or upgrade insight? Because then it'll last longer, you know what I mean? Right? Right? Maybe if I upgrade it. That way it'll stay active for longer, Chad. Okay, let's try it. I don't know what number 5. Let's try assembling. I kind of don't get it. It does just fly in your hands. Holy shit. Chat. If we assemble, if we use a spell, it just comes flying in your hands. Holy crap. We should upgrade that, no? That's kind of magical. Wait. Oh, there's a max pickup amount. That's why. Okay. Yeah, actually like Accio. Accio book. Maybe assemble. Okay. Let's find another one that's almost done. It's down there. I wish I can just jump off this rail. Should be here somewhere. Is that it? Nope. Ugh. Is it around here? Compendium. Healing. I don't see it, chat. I totally lost track where it was. Mind reading. Aw, man. It must be in the pile somewhere. Okay, should we use the thing again? I don't see it. Am I blind? Ah! What the heck? I was in this pile. We got it! And we got another love story too. Arcane Black Market. Nope. Chronicles. Wait. Magical Court. No, I don't know where that belongs. And I don't think we need this yet. Let's put in the healing one and then go back up. No more healer diff. No more healer diff. Chat, actually, I feel like there's a ray of hope. Hero Wizard, Kanna. Maybe use the seeing spell downstairs. That's true, that's true. That tracks. And if there's none, then I can check upstairs. You're right. You're so right. Okay. Because that way, then I don't have to run downstairs every time. Nice. We have another point. Should we do the assemble one? I kind of think assemble is kind of like amazing. And I can do a maximum of 3. So if I get this, if I have one that has like 3 missing, I could get them all, right? Ah! Holy shit! We did it, chat. We're figuring it out. Oh, oopsies. Oh, my tummy just rumbled. I wonder if my food arrived. Oh my god, we get more points. Should we do assemble or insight? Assemble is pretty nice. The cooldown is long though. Like, I kind of like maxing out there. Okay, let's go downstairs and try to find this one. Roses are red. Yeah, I think that's a good one. Roses are red. Or this one, maybe. Philosophy. Yeah, I think that's doable. I think you might be blind. Okay, we got this. So we look for this one first. Ready? There should be another one, right? Do you see it? I don't see a glowing one. Is it upstairs? My tummy rumbled so loudly. Did you hear that? I hope you can't hear that. Formation. Aha. Okay, 2. Okay, let's try. Which one should I do? I kind of feel like assemble would be nice to be used on something that's like almost done. Like this one. I think. Yeah. Okay. 5. Nice! Okay. Okay, we got this, Chad. I got the strat. I'll use assemble to find ones that are like pretty much... that has more than one missing. And I'll use the other one to find ones that have only maybe a few left missing. Right? Holy shit, that's the strat. We got a strat. Check if your food arrive. But it is outside. And that requires movement. Dang it. Oh wait, I can level up. Assemble. Right? I think assemble's a good choice. Hi, Sasa. I'm finally a magical librarian. Eh. Right? Look. We're so smart. Okay. Let's see. I didn't see... illusion magic. Oh, okay. Let's try to find this one. I didn't see it below before. Ah, it is upstairs. For once. Where is that? Ah! We got it, chat. Roses are red, violets are blue. I do need to be well hydrated. We'll put it up there, I guess. There we go. We did it. Let me drink then. Okay, I'll check in 3 minutes. I'll check if my food arrived in 3 minutes. I can actually pick up 6. I can actually just complete this one, right? 6. This one? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I mean, not bad. Let's see. Assemble! Ta-da! Do I feel magical by saying it out loud? Yes. Am I gonna do it again? Probably. Am I mildly amused? Yes. Oh wait, I still have another point. Crazy. If I just keep doing this though, the cooldown's gonna be so low and I can just, you know, right? Am I a genius? Am I, mayhaps, perhaps a genius, chat? Let me just heat you over here for a second. Okay. Ahem. I still don't. It's still on cooldown, never mind. Why did I use this first then? Oh, a lot of it is here. Oh. Across over there. There's a lot. There's another one here somewhere. Grand Compendium. Grand Compendium? Where did you go? Oh man, okay. I'm gonna eat you over here for a sec. That's not it. Grand Compendium. Okay. Teachings. It's this one, right? Okay. Assemble! Am I very mildly amused? Yes. Volume 4. I do see magical, don't I? Look at the powers I have. I'm gonna rule the world. And get my pizza. You see that? The spell becomes more powerful if you shout it out. You're so right. I'm just maxing out an assemble chat. It's great. Okay, let's see where the... Grand Compendium. Oh, and assemble's already done. That's crazy. Actually, can't I just... Right? Assemble! Ah! I feel magical. Hee hee. Can I take one? Yes. Hee hee. We're gonna be done. We're gonna be so done today, chat. Does magic shuffle just sorts between books? Sort. Do you mean sort? It arranges the books, like for example, like the one in my hands right now are like 7, 4, 3. Sorting would just make it like 1, 2, 3, 4, I assume. So then you don't have to like think about it. You know what I mean? Oh, okay. 10, 9, 8, 7. 4, 3, 10, 9, 2, 5, 6, 8. Ta-da! Kinda like that. Assemble! I said it late, but it still counts. Oh my god, chat, we're doing it. We're being magical librarians who's gonna get her pizza. Yippee! I think we're nailing it, actually. I actually do really like this game. I don't know why. Is it because it's so zen? Is it because I'm magical? Is it perhaps because... all of the above? Yep. Maybe sorting would also be nice. Maybe sorting would be nice. Or auto-shelving. The cooldown is pretty long though. Maybe sorting. Maybe we sort. Right, chat? Okay, we'll test with this one. And... assemble! And sort! Perfect. Did you see that? Flawless execution. Flawless. Chat. I clicked the wrong button, but like you get it. You wanted to go check for your food. Alright, 2 minutes ago. Okay, chat. I'll be right back. Stay on the lookout for any books, chat. For any books that might be next. I'll be right back. Nyaha. I have returned. The food arrived, chat. Apparently it arrived a while ago. I'm back. Getting all sentimental because I realized how much I miss more chill and cozy mornings. Aw, Sasa. Actually, me too. I remember I had very few like morning streams before, where you just sit and eat and chill and yap. I will eat while I sort. That's the plan. I mean, I like the chaos as well. Are you saying that I'm usually not chill and cozy? Chat. Honest, like I feel like as a ratio, the chaos is probably like 1.5 out of 10, surely. Smile. Aga. Recently not so much. Sorry for caps. Are you sorry? No, it's okay. Feel free to express your feelings, Sasa. I don't mean to be chaotic, mind you. It just so happens that for some reason it turns out that way. You know,
Beb,
Masya Allah.
kan kita jarang-jarang nih nggak jalan bareng. Mumpung kita berdua libur, mau ngedate nggak? Aku kangen. Bentar aja.
I love you too, Sasa. I love you too, Sasa.
Makasih ya, Beb. Mwah. Kill me, just kill me.
I love you too, Sasa. I forgot about that. Thank you for the bits. And the full version too. I appreciate it. I totally forgot about that. Man. Are you telling me that I don't have to be chaotic, chat? Not that I feel like I was, mind you. I just wanted to throw some money at you. No, it's okay. Feel free. I'm gonna take it like a champ. You don't have to be. You will be though. What if I start meditating? Oh. They say meditation helps with things. You know what I mean? Do you think if I meditate, I'll be less chaotic? I have a silly question. I don't know if any of you meditate. What are you supposed to do when you meditate? Are you supposed to like empty your mind? That kind of thing. If that wasn't chaotic, then what do you consider chaotic? That's a very good question. I consider things that I do not do as probably chaotic because I am calm. Think about that. You meditate. No, I don't understand what you do when you meditate. Like, no, like what do you do? Do you like close your eyes and then you repeat like a mantra or something? Or do you just like empty head? Chat, do you know the anime Toriko, chat? Do you know the anime Toriko? No, maybe this one. Maybe not. Maybe this one. You do, right? Okay, it's like this, basically this anime. I watched it twice and I read the manga. But like, chat, basically this is the yapping section because I have to eat. Basically, chat, the world is, you know, there's Ice Age, right? The world went through an Ice Age. Well, in Toriko, the world is in a gourmet age. What does that mean exactly? It means that there are ingredients out there. Like there's a flower that has petals that are like the ingredients for a hamburger. So then you can fold each leaf and it becomes a hamburger. I think you're the first person I ever met who brought up Turk and knows about it. Is it like a niche thing, you think? I watched the anime twice and then I read the manga. And I finished the manga. I realized I not a lot of people that know about it, you know what I mean? And I do it. Anyway, yeah. Anyway, in Toriko, that had this... I feel like that they had this like one... I know about it, but never watched it. It's so silly. I was so invested in it. I watched it every day when it would accompany me every mealtime. Toriko has done collabs with big animes. Yeah, they did! They did like crossovers and shit, but no one ever knows. Oh my god, Zayd, you understand me. They had this like one arc where they had to go to like a temple. I generally forgot why, but they're meditating, right? And they basically sit and meditate in front of a candle. And if their mind strays even slightly, the candle will go out. Type shit. So that's my image in my head of what I think about meditating. The freaking candle. The culinary age sounds more like... No, I saw it's so good. Wait, is there a trailer? I'm so devoted to this. Actually, wait. I'm so devoted. Must. Show. Thingamaboob. I'm so... Torko's old. Are you implying... It's not old. It's eternal. It's a classic. I do not like the word old. Let me find it. Is it possible? Is there a trailer? It is getting older and older. I think no one's ever gonna find it again, Zayd. You know what I mean? Not this. Toriko trailer. Stop playing videos, YouTube. 13 years ago, it may be old. It may actually just be old. Wait. Maybe it is old. I don't know what to say. Kanna's pretty old. Shut the fuck up. I maintained my youth by existing. Shut up. No, wait, Pharaoh, do you know? Do you know about this anime? It's so good though. How about it? No. I'm trying to find a good position for myself. Okay. Clearly this place is not it. Okay. Like around here. Yeah, okay la. Not bad la. Or should I just make it full screen? Damn. Browser, okay. Browser. Capture. I'm invested, chat. And, you know, because you're watching me, you have no choice but to also watch what I tell you to watch. Haha. Ha ha ha. You see that? Abuse of power? Yes. Am I just abusing my power? No. Surely not. Maybe here. Oh no, she's learning. Oh my god, you're right. I am learning. Holy shit. Wait. Maybe around here. And then I become tiny. And then I put the window somewhere under me, right? I'm so smart. Ta-da! You don't understand. It's so good. So good. It has no rhyme or reason. Okay. Can you hear it, chat? 誰かがいた. Is it? Tada! Musubichi. See, chat? It's so good. It's so good. Look! See? I want to live here. Yeah, exactly. It's like Ice Age. You get it now. 誰かがいた. Look at that. Look, they're perfectly cooked too. What did I come back to? The greatest anime ever! I swear, no, it's just a montage of like... Shizukini! I'm so right. I really want to watch it again. Think about it. If cheese grew like zucchinis, and they're technically a vegetable, so it's healthy. The world is in gourmet age. Chat, no, it's so good. I won't spoil you any longer. You should watch it. I wonder where we can watch it now. I'm sure it's not on Netflix or something. If anyone ever asks me if there's any Toriko fans, me, surely you guys haven't watched it. I'm spoiling. No, okay. So basically, at the start of every episode, you get this tiny little clips of like the world building of the gourmet age, right? And every episode, I look forward to whatever kind of magical thing that exists in this age, and I want to live here. So technically, this is spoiler question mark. I want to watch it again. Chat, it's good. It's so funny. It has no rhyme or reason. It's so good. I'm adding it to my list of anime to watch. Just watch it while eating. It's so random. I wonder where we can watch it. You know what I mean? I would do a watch along of Toriko just because. Wait a minute. Episode 1. Twitch would kill me if I just watch anime on stream. Question mark? Is it on Prime? Don't bug me. But like, it's so good. Real. You mean I'm not allowed to just watch anime? Right here? Damn. Bad, no. Aw, man. Aw, man. Probably not a good idea. Aw, man. Discord it is, chat. Discord it is. Wait, let me at least nostalgia and like watch this. Did you see that? It stays carbonated for 10 freaking years. I want to live here. What the frick is that? There are apple pies. that fall from the sky. Look at that, chat. When apple pie just shoots over the sky and lands on your lawn. You're absolutely not watching copyright content privately on Discord. Exactly. We would never do that, chat. We would never do that. That's illegal. It's totally illegal. We would never do that. It is absolutely diabolical. You get it? Takoyaki, because it's a takoyaki. I love this thing so much. It's so silly. What island says this? Omelette archipelago. Beautiful. No, we're just watching clips and highlights, chat. It's okay. Don't worry about it. Is that an orange? Oh! Maksa! Chat, look at that. Turtle shells. Ah! Turtles. Holy shit. I love this anime. It's so... There's no one I can talk to about Toriko, chat. What the heck am I coming back to? Once again, this is... Oh my god, because you just came back. Now I need to show you. Look at this. This is beautiful. There's a tree whose tree trunk is like a sushi roll. Mm-hmm. Peach milk. Beautiful. Beautiful. And then he powers up and then becomes Super Saiyan. Thank you. Okay. Tada, we're fine. Don't worry about it. Apple, thank you so much for the cheese. Oh my god, chat, I've been craving cheese so much. I've been craving cheese so much. I don't know why. I've been really into cheese. I mean, I've always been into cheese. But I've been really wanting cheese the past few days. And I ordered cheese pizza. And then Miyu just kept barking at me because she wants the cheese pizza. My dog likes the smell of eggs and cheese, chat. And when she barks at me, she sounds like an angry cat. Actually, did I just adopt a cat? Thank you so much. I don't think they'll be coming in zucchini form, but chat, I'll get it in cheese form. Okay, I will continue eating. Should we watch something that's not anime to mayhaps accompany us? What if I just watch clips of like Ollie? Is that relatively almost legal? Question mark? That and also it's just here in my recommended. Let's see, chat. Let's see. Inomi Indomie. Mmm. Mmm. Oh, so it's not that common? Is it hard to find, chat? Indomie and ID and US are different. That's also true. That's also true. It tastes slightly different. Mmm. Mmm. That is true. Yeah. Mmm. 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 I made that mistake when I first bought it. 2 packs is too much, but 1 pack is too little. Get the jumbo. It's 1.5. If you can find the jumbo Indomie, it's 1.5 times the normal size. Donut. Torikara. Mm, mm. Mm, mm. Mm, mm. Ray says jumbo is still too big. Hold up. Ray says jumbo is still too big. No, okay, to be fair, that girl. First of all, she's white. she only eats pasta and like veggies, okay? Like that girl. She's not a carb girly. Even though pasta is a carb. She has the tiniest capacity, chat. Okay, I love her for the love of God. Do you know how frustrating it is? I went to Thailand with that girl. Do you know what's great in Thailand? Food. Hello, do you know what's great in Thailand? The food. And who did I go with? I went with Ray. Do you know how difficult it is, chat? You don't understand. You don't understand how difficult. Every time I want to eat, chat, Ray goes, I'm full. And I'm like, oh, why don't we try this for lunch and this for dinner and this for snack? And she's like, but I'm not a food person. I would rather shop. No, literally. She just goes like, her brain only activates if she looks at cute clothes. And then when I drag her for food, she's like dead inside. She's actually like dead inside. I'm like, oh my God, mango sticky rice, right? Mango sticky rice. And then Ray's like, you go ahead. And I'm like, but hello? No, and Ray taps out so fast, chat. It's like, for example, we go like, okay, like, you wake up on vacation in another country, and I'm like, oh my God, let's go have coffee, let's go have breakfast. And then she's, you know, okay. And I'm like, okay. And then I'm like, okay, let's look around. And then, what do you want for lunch? She's like, I'm fine with anything. I'm like, but like, there's so many foods that we can try, and I like, you know, it's not like she has a palate that can eat everything, chat. You know what I mean? You know, it's not like her tongue is easily pleased, chat. And so I have to like think about it. If it's like too spicy, she's gonna die. If okay, how about today we try like, for example, like I forgot what it's called. the noodles, like it's rice noodles, but it's kind of tangy and it has like prawn or crab on top. I love those noodles, by the way. And she's like, yeah, it's okay, you choose, it's fine. And then she'll eat a tiny portion and she's like, oh, I'm so full, that's it, I'm tapping out. How am I supposed to try a billion type of dishes if she's eating only like the tiniest portion? She's only a 1 patty cheeseburger instead of a double Big Mac. I went to a burger place with her. Okay, now think about this. I went to a burger place with her. You know what she did? She ordered chicken rice. She ordered chicken rice. That's the best I can explain it. Literally, I'm like, I'm gonna have this burger. What are you having? Chicken rice. Okay. I wish I was kidding you, chat. Oh, brother. Hi. Oh wait, let's do a chill. I'm trying to find the background where I'm like, this doesn't count as shit talking. This counts as complaining. I'm like, no, like I swear, Ray is the type of person. You go to a place, right? They have a certain specialty and she just refuses to order what they're known for. I'm not even kidding you, and it has happened so many times. I'm trying to find other examples. Like say we go to a place that's like well known for their fried chicken or something, and then she'll go like, oh my god, like what is that called? Green beans. She'll be like, holy shit, I want the green beans. Chat, how? No, understand. Like, you don't understand. Like, every single time, every damn time, she just likes going rogue. Okay, no, in Thailand, we went to a place that's like known for their like bread, right? It's like this cafe. They have like bread that's like steamed, right? And they also have like French toast and everything. Okay. A cafe that specializes in bread, right? Like sweet breads, the French toast. Take a fucking guess what she ordered. Ray ordered sweet potato fries. She just ordered sweet potato fries. And she just fell in love with the mayonnaise. I swear to you, I'm not even joking. That's in Bangkok. I even remember the name of the cafe because I was like, why? Literally, why? They're known for the thing. So if they're tagged as like the best auto place, they have curry as their, yeah, she'll order everything but the main thing. Actually, that's the type of person Ray is, chat. She's something. Oh, dude, how frustrating it is. Oh, chat, just, you know. They say you won't truly know a person until you go traveling with them. That's it. Yeah, I've the problem is, the whole time before we went, she's just like, I'm such a foodie. She keeps telling me that she's such a foodie and she loves food, but when we get there, all she wants to do is shop. All she wants to do is buy clothes, chat. Hiya, where's my food at? Where's my mango sticky rice? Hiya. Oh. Next time you come to Thailand, I'm sending you a list. Yes, please. I miss Thai food so much. We might have to put her on fraud watch. You're so right. Didn't you just say she wasn't a food person? No, like, first, okay, leading up to that trip, the reason why we had that trip was because she was like, oh my god, foodie. You know what I mean? Like, I love food, blah, 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 blah. And then after we got there, then she tells me, I just realized that maybe I'm more of a shopping girl, not a food girl. I'm like, breathe in, breathe out. You gotta drag her to a cafe in the mall as appeasement. No, the problem is, right? Okay, think about it. I tried to strat it, right? She brought it up and changed her mind. Yeah, no, that's right. That's actually right. I tried to structure it this way. For example, like you wake up, right? You have like coffee. Like usually I would have like just a coffee, or like we can try like local specialties, local breakfast or stuff like that, right? We tried that, but then she would say by lunchtime, she's like, I'm still full from breakfast. You know what I mean? So then I would try like, okay, let's walk around so we can digest, you know? We would spend like 2-3 hours going to like clothing stores, accessory stores, you know what I mean? Like cute girl things. We do that because I'm like, you know, because let's walk around so that we can digest and your food can go down so that we can eat later. You know what I mean? And you know what happens afterwards? Instead of getting hungry, she stops and she's like, I think I'm just gonna go back to the hotel. I'm sleepy. And I'm still full anyway. So even after all that chat, the food was never digested. And she just wants to sleep. Yeah, no, she just wants to go back. Right? And I remember this. She would draw the curtains. It would be dark. And all I could see was her face. This is midday, by the way. Like, all I can see is her face lit up by the light coming from her laptop screen because she's playing Woowa. Because she's playing Withering Waves, chat. In the dark. Like a gremlin. In a hotel. In another country. Where we could be eating food. Hiya! It's so hard. Now you get it. You can like visualize it even. It's like you were there. It's like you were there. I tell you, chat. You don't know a person until you go traveling with them. Man. At one point, I was so sad because Ray would just shop and get tired and sleep. That'd be like, okay. Then she went to the hotel. And I just went to Donkey. I just went to Don Quixote because it's open like 24/7 or something. I went there until like 11 p.m. Alone, just browsing food, chat. And buying the Thai Pockies that are like Tom Yum flavored. Hiya. I just need Ollie. Ollie should come with me to Thailand. We can eat. Ow. Can't believe you're calling her out on her 6-year anniversary. You know what? Anniversaries are a time for reflection. It's a time for reflection, I tell you. No. Okay. Hi. Welcome. I'm just eating my food while watching my pretty princess right here. I'm totally not shit-talking, Ray. I'm not shit-talking. I'm complaining. Ow. Me too. That's also true. When Ollie was less busy, we would go out in the middle of the night just to get Indomie. Like we would go to random food stalls on the streets and just buy Indomie. Actually, Indomie's texture is nice, but I like it al dente. Like as soon as it's overcooked, even by a little bit, it goes soggy, and I don't like that. Their birthday? But Ray's birthday is in February. Can't wait that long. Original. This the OG, yeah. That's true. Fact. Oh yeah, by the way, I forgot, was it on Discord? Someone sent a photo of their Indomie in their supermarket or something? Was it? I forgot. But I saw the packaging and I think Sotomi in the US is called the vegetable soup flavor or something. Which is so weird. So I think it's also green like this. I think it's somehow translated as vegetable flavor. Yeah. I think the English translation of it became like vegetable soup or something. Can I be honest? I think I've never had this one. I'm gonna be actually honest. I've never had Sotomi. I've never had any version of Indomie Soto, I think. Yeah, there's Sotomi, Soto Special, Soto something. I've never had this one. I've had like the Soto Padang one, but like not this one. Yeah, I think, was it the photo from Benders? I kind of forgot. Yeah, I'm basic. I like the OG, but no, I like Soto Padang. Soto Padang is nice. And rendang and green chili. That's good. Have you tried Thai instant noodles? I've had the Mama. That's Thai, right? I think it's like Mama noodles or something. I've had those because when I got back from Thailand, I missed the food so much. I started buying like Thai instant food. Mama noodles are peak. They're good. They're so good. I think I added prawn to it or something. I really missed it. I wanna go back. Take me back. Man. What? Yeah, exactly. Green chili. Me too. Me too, girly. It's so good. I can't believe it. They discontinued it. It's so fucked up. It's so good. No, mix it with the rendang one. I swear, it's so good. It tastes like nasi padang in your mouth. It's so good. Ali is so nice. I told her I ran out and she immediately like, do you want mine? I have mine. I just bought some. Do you want my green chili Indomie? And I'm like, oh my god, that's so kind of you. Holy shit. Hi, Mr. Fancy Pants. Chubby Ijo with Renang is speaking. Exactly, it's so good. Yeah. Is it exactly? Indomie is like the equivalent of like... It's like tutorial. You know what I mean? Like Indomie spice is like tutorial spice. You just gotta deal with it. It's like the rite of passage. At a very young age, you must surely eat Indomie goreng with like the chili sauce. Yeah. Yeah, I fed my brother spicy Indomie when he was like 2. Is that safe? I don't know. Okay. That's true. It is a different spice. I believe you. I'll believe anything you say. She's so into it. I'm gonna order spicy fried noodle for lunch. You should. Believe, chat. Believe. Try it. Those of you who have never tried Indomie. If you can get the Indonesian version one, the OG, get it. If you can't, get the US version, I guess. You know? You know. I've lost all track of what I was doing. All I remember is eating an Indomie. I really want Indomie. Now I just want Indomie. Meow. Meow. I lost track too. Okay, I've never tried miso up. I know that sounds terrible. I've never had miso up. I've only had Indomie and sarimi. I wonder if you can find a video of sarimi. Wait. Sarimi. Isi dua ayam gerbes. This is my favorite one from sarimi, chat. You will never be able to find it abroad, probably. Oh, look, this. Okay. This is from 12 years ago. Look at that. It has 2 on the inside, chat. It comes with 2 packs of noodles. That's crazy. And you get extra crunchy stuff. Look at that. Look at the crunchy stuff. Exactly. If I had to choose not Indomie, I would choose that one. Dua just means 2. Because they want to say it has 2 noodles on the inside, chat. See, it has 2 on the inside. Look at that. Why is this all like this though? And the crunchy bits are like chicken flavored. Kind of. Basically kremes, right? I don't know if you know kremes. Kremes is basically like crunchy panko, right? So Indonesia has like Indonesian fried chicken, right? And if they fry the marinade / seasoning, they put like a bit of like, I don't know if it's rice flour or normal flour, but yeah, basically the sauce / marinade, they fry it too and it becomes crispy like that. Oh. And then it's delicious and wonderful and crispy. So it's slightly different from fried onions. What kind of commercial? Have you never seen Indonesian commercials before? This is it. That's it. Maybe a more recent one? Question mark? Can't believe people are still reviewing this. 4 years ago. Look, they even did a comparison video. Why do they have an English title for this one? It's the same video. I don't know why I'm watching it again. Look at the crunchy bits. It's wonderful. I wish I got this back when I'm studying. Yeah, no, it's great. I ate it a lot back in like college. Does watching this make you hungry? I don't know. I don't know why I'm still looking for a video. I really want Indomie now. Actually, this is a terrible, terrible idea because now I'm just hungry, chat. Even though I'm eating, but I'm not eating noodles. I regret, chat. I have actual regret. Man. Okay. I should stop getting distracted, finish my food so that I can play again. Have you ever tried Renan, Ache? No, not actually. Does mee goreng Aceh still exist? I might try it if it's good. A pack of Indomie won't hurt. On a scale of I'm eating carb and then more carb, how healthy is that? But do I care? Oh. I've finished most of my rice. I'm ready to auto-sort more things. I finally got abilities, chat. And it's magical. I might get Indomie later, I swear. I don't know why Indomie's so good. More menial chores. Yippee! Indomie and an egg for a snack. I feel like when I was younger, I didn't worry too much about eating a lot of Indomie. I would have it on daily. I would have at least one, but on a maximum 3 every single day. Literally every day. Which may contribute to the lack of brain cells, but who knows actually? Or maybe I got smart because of it. Maybe I got smart because of it, chat. Who knows? I can see that. I used to have it every day after school. Cause it's like, you know, you get home from school and you're so freaking tired from studying all the time. And you just need a pick-me-up. That's Indomie. That's Indomie for me, chat. Way too good. You studied? I don't, but that's not the point. I still went to school. Shut up. That's not the point though. I still physically went there, you know what I mean? Indomie should really sponsor. I'll take anything. Even like one free box of Indomie would be great. Someone, anyone. Please. If they would just relaunch green chili flavor, I swear. Okay, chat. Let's finish this, shall we? Okay, so. Assemble! I do feel magical, and of course, abracadabra sort. Beautiful, beautiful, absolutely beautiful. Working as intended. Amazing. Girl showed up for dailies and left. Chabejo is gone. It's not like, it's not widely available. Like, you can't just go to a store and it's gonna be there. Some places still have it, but like, it's not in like major stores. So what I do, and I know what Ollie does as well, is we buy it online from resellers. Because we're just so desperate for green chili Indomie. You know what I mean? Hi, should I get auto shelving? On a scale of 1 to I'm lazy, right? Cooldown is 10 seconds. If I upgrade this, it'll be 10 seconds. If I upgrade this... 25. Or should I get auto shelving? Maybe we can try it. See if we like it. Assemble! Yep. If I have auto shelving, do I need to sort it first? Question mark? Let's see. No, I don't. I don't even need to sort. Holy shit. Oh, but it has a long cooldown. I get it. Saves have... Like, look at it. I don't even need to sort it. It's like auto-sorted. What the hell? Chat? What have we been... Imagine what we could have achieved, chat.
Ahem. Assemble!
Yep. Yep. Cause it's a long cooldown, so then I use sort, right, and manually put it in. It's cause the cooldown is pretty long. Ah. And I need one more row to level up. Let's find this one. I clicked it, but there was nothing in my hand. Cause I'm dumb. Oh, it's there. Oh, okay. Okay, chat. Is it around here? Soul? 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 Aha! Got it! Got it, and then we can... auto-sort some things. Okay. Let's shelve this one, shall we? I'm a very responsible librarian, I assure you. Okay. Assemble! Sort! Ba 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 bum! I yeeted that down because I'm smart. Wrong button, chat. It's still pretty zen though, I have to say. I leveled up because that's just how I do, chat. That do be how I do. This game is pretty zen. Like, it's not half bad. You know what I mean? How about I do you first? Haha. Nyahaha. Assemble! And auto shelf. Perfect. Perfect. You see that? Or maybe I get the others first. Question mark? There's only a few left of this. Anything that has barely anything missing? Maybe fire. Let's see if they're nearby. Oh! Got it. Oops, wrong one. Oh, we found a romance novel. Okay. That's pretty good, chat. I think we did it. Volume 756. Yippee. I don't know what this is, so I'm eating that. So, we have assemble and sort. Maybe we do this one then. Excuse me, romance novel. Ahem. Ba 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 ba. Assemble. Sort. Wow, maybe being a librarian isn't so bad after all, chat. I did a whoopsie. Ta-da! Ta-da! It is very satisfying with the magic powers, right, chat? Wrong one. What's this? Where did the love novel go? Romance? Chat, where did I eat it to, actually? Where did I eat it to? Where's the damn romance? Oh, here. Okay. Okay, let's go upstairs first. And bring what we can. Bring what we can. Question mark? AKA, I didn't find anything else to bring. I brought the wrong books. Jeez. Hi, Chad, I didn't bring the right books. You can clean your imaginary library or room instead of here. Actually, you're so right. Exactly, you get me. Assemble! Bop, 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 bop. Auto shelf. Beautiful, beautiful. Beautiful. Never clean your room again. Just clean everything else but your room. Nya, 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 nya. Nya, 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 nya. Nya, nya, nya. Where's... Did I even bring the romance novel? Chat, I forgot. I did. I put it down, right? I'm crazy. I generally have amnesia. Chat. Is it concerning? Maybe. Okay. They're both down there. Near the illusion thingamaboob. Okay. It's okay. We got that one. Okay. Did you? Hehe, hehehe, 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 ha ha, aha! They'll never know. Who's gonna know? Assemble. Yes, sort. Beautiful, beautiful. Who's gonna know? No one is. No one. Surely my chat would not tell people what I do. Right? Right, chat? I'm sure you're on my side. Because friendship and other surely important things. Right, chat? Right, chat? Surely, exactly. Where? I don't remember what I was trying to bring downstairs, like upstairs. Was I trying to bring something? Is it this one? Chat, I don't remember. Chat, what was I supposed to bring upstairs? Was I supposed to bring something? I don't remember. Holy shit, I actually don't remember. Why are you just smiling, chat? Books. Oh, shut up. Shut the heck up. Which books? I think I left something down here, but I don't remember. I genuinely don't remember. What the heck? Am I crazy? Question mark? Question mark? Hello? 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 Hi, I deadass just yeeted somewhere and not remember. Does that sound like me? It does sound like me. Okay, okay, okay. You know what? Assemble! Right? And like auto shelf. There you go. We should upgrade something. That way I have more brain cells. That one. The one in my hands? No, this is the one we just found. Right? 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 It's the one... I think I left something. Because I brought the 1000 magic thing upstairs. Should I get shelf guide? Does that seem important? Sure. And let's work on this cooldown. think that we were trolling. Shut the... I knew I'm not crazy, I tell you. Is that this one? I don't remember. Chat, who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? If you say cleaning up books, I swear I'm gonna lose it. If I had any in the first place, I would lose it. Aw, man. They worship an invisible entity known as Wi-Fi. Volume 4. What the heck is that? Organizing. You're so right. Good thing you don't have it. Well, well, well. Hi, assemble! Cause I just needed a win, chat. Hiya. Oh? The Witch and the Accidental Love Potion. That's a love story, no? That sounds like a love story. Surely. It sounds like one of those romance novels or like, oops, I made a love potion and accidentally fed it to the crown prince or something. Right? Doesn't that sound like a legit plot? That's probably a... I totally accidentally fed the crown prince a love potion. Oops. Do not do that to the crown prince. You know what they say? It's true love. Is it here? Nope. Is it? Oh, there's no more side thingies. It's not love? What? Are you telling me? Or is it because of the... Ah, placement, chat. Assemble! Love story. Important. Okay, volume 2. Volume 1, volume 3. Perfect. Fundamentals of holy power. Should I fill this as well while I'm at it? I think therefore I am. Show me where you are. Okay, near the globe and on the stairs. 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 You? No. You? No. You? No. You? Yes! Near the globe, near the globe, near the globe. A white book. Ish. A white book near the globe? Question mark? Was it here? Am I losing it? Near the globe, right? That's the globe. Question mark? Holy magic? Where are you? Where the heck? Hiya. Placement matters. Fundamentals. Holy powers on this side. Fundamentals? 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 Ah. Volume 5. 4. 4 and 10. I couldn't find the last one, chat. Healing. Healing. Healing magic. Oh. Compendium. Compendium? Compendium. Theological. Holy. Theological. Somewhere here. 6. And then selection volume 7. Man, do you think we can find it? Surely? Healing magic for the reclamation of mind. Okay. Should we try it again? Let's see. Insight. Where the frick? Yeah, it was underneath other books. Man. I don't need the others yet, I think. Let's see. Let's complete this one then. Assemble! Is it this one? Yeah. Auto shelf. Ba-ba-ba-bum. It does feel magical, chat. Huh. Maybe auto shelf? Oh. Active time. Does that mean that if I have a bunch of books that are on the same shelf but different series, right? It'll still auto shelf it? It doesn't have to be per series? Thoughts? We'll try it. Let's upgrade it. I think it might work. So if I find more philosophy books, right, it might work. But I'm almost done with philosophy. How about we try to find one that's on like a similar shelf, and then see if it auto shelves it still. You know what I mean? Oh, Sacred Barriers, yeah. I think there is a pile of like healing, holy magic. Let's try it. Let's try it. I think it's worth a shot. Thank you, Sen. Thank you, Sen. Let's see. If it's like on this shelf-ish, right? Right? Question mark? Ah, see? It's obstructed. Formation? Does it have to be exactly on the crosshair? Ah, see? What? How did I do that? Oh, I have to like point at the exact thing with my crosshair. I think? Question mark? Should we try that again? Where did I throw the thing? Oh, okay, let's try to get the books that are destructive. And then we'll go to that shelf and see if that auto shelves everything. Because that way I wouldn't have to exactly do it per series, chat. I would then be able to do it just by category? Question mark? I think that's a plan. I think that's a plan. Is it a good plan? I'm not sure. It's entire that we didn't change the category. Really? We didn't? Actually? Are you sure? Okay, let's see. Light. Light is like here. Thunder. Yeah, I just have to keep pressing it. It'll work as long as the active time is still there. I think. So longer active time is better, chat. Okay. So that means we're not restricted. Okay, strat. It was just chatting a couple of minutes ago. Whoopsies. Oh, let's try finding where this belongs. Metaphysics, right? And then where do you go? Ah, up there? Is it philosophy? Are you? It is philosophy. It's been philosophy this whole time. Huh. Metaphysics is a philosophy thing? I didn't know. Assemble! Right? Sort. And then boom, boom, boom. Wrong one. Boop, boop. Wrong one. Dang, I really need to just look at it face on, huh? Dumb. I keep... Nah, man. Nobody saw that. Nah, shut up! I hate this thing. Give me back my auto shelf. Did I just get nerfed? I think it's because I have auto shelf and so my manual labor skills has decreased. Is it philosophy? Is a pretty philosophical question. Is it? Assemble! And then where do you go? That one? What category is that, I wonder? 1000 easy spells. 2C. Let's check out what this is afterwards. Okay, no, just to prove to you, I still have the skills required to do this without automatic thingamaboobs. See? You see that? Smooth. I don't want to talk about it. I still haven't found any keys for the thing. What the heck? What is in 2C? 2C. Daily magic. Oh, I think the cooking things will also go there, no? Ah! It lit up! Is it nighttime? Dang, chat. We've been at this for a whole day. I'm on overtime. Man. I'm working overtime here. For pizza, no less. Simple magic. Assemble! I think this goes to daily magic thingamaboob. Daily magic. Right? Let's see. Yep, I knew it. I have auto shelf and yet I'm not using it. Why? Because... To be fair, the wizard did say you'd be trapped in there until you finished it. Hiya. Can't I get a bonus? It does feel like it is darker. You know what I mean? Dimension rift. Ah, okay. Assemble! Man. Maybe here? There. Book of Alchemy. Summoning magic. I feel like this shelf is almost done too. Oh. Somewhere in there. That's it, right? There's only 2, I think. 4 Principles. Volume 1. Volume 5. Oops. And then Volume 7. We got this. You get a bonus for doing your job. No, that's not how it works. Because if I didn't have to do overtime, I can just continue tomorrow. But right now, my overtime pay is just pizza, Zaid. It's literally just pizza. He eats over things in anger. Posture check. Okay, my feet are planted. Maybe it's time we find some mystery. Mystery. Where's the mystery? Mystery. 2M. 2M. At the corner left. Okay. Romance novel. Oh. Okay, chat. This isn't too bad. Okay. Let's go find the mystery novel thingamaboob. It was in the top left. I think it's this one. 2M? Yeah. Grand Compendium. Ba. Assemble! Right. Auto shelf. Perfect. And then I just bring everything back. Okay. Let's put the romance novel first, maybe. The Thorn Prince? Did we have that? I don't think so. What did I click? I clicked sort because I'm dumb. Aw, man, there goes my sorting. I meant to click E. Dang it. Okay, maybe insight. Okay, there's 3 up here. Why am I actually getting it manually? I can literally just get it magically. Hello? I'm gonna get it magically from the ground floor. Maybe that's the magic of working. Is it? It's not a job, it's a prison. See, you get me. You understand. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5? 5? Okay. Assemble! Sort. We haven't gotten wind before, I think. Manual work it is. The next time, I will upgrade. I could have upgraded my auto shelving this whole time. Okay. What other books? Should we finish the Adept Lightning thing? Assemble! Nyaha. Auto shelf. Holy crap, chat. I think we may finish this faster than I thought it would be. I keep accidentally clicking sorting, I swear. Okay. I was just spamming the button to see if it actually belonged there. Explosion, explosion, explosion. Yep. Okay. Explosion. I should just gather all the magical ones. Ish. right? And then just eat them all using auto shelf. If only I could find them. Oh. Assemble. Right. Sort. And then eat. Explosion is somewhere around here. Explosion. 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 4. We're almost there, actually. Hi, maybe I don't like working. Did you think about that? I say that, but I'm actually enjoying this. Why does it feel like it's not lessening? You know what I mean? I feel like there's still a mountains of books. You know what I mean? Like, I feel like nothing has changed, really. I kind of low-key feel like nothing has changed, chat. Should I be concerned? Beastification. Assemble. Okay. Matter creation, maybe. Any other magical thing? Was I stepping on something? I feel like that made a weird sound. And also, where are the damn keys? Brother. Where are the keys? Keys? For the treasure chest. You think it lied to me and it doesn't even exist? You know what I mean? I'm literally just clicking auto shelf and seeing if something. Aha! It does work. Eats. Because I'm a good librarian, that's why. Okay, assemble. Oh, it works. Oh, if I just upgrade the auto shelving so that it lasts longer, I think I might zoom at a rapid pace. I feel like I saw music before somewhere. Kind of don't remember. Is music here? Is it 1D or something? I actually remembered. Holy crap, that's crazy. Assemble! Ba-ba-bam! Sort. And then manual. Yep. I think I'm decent at it. I think I deserve a raise. You know what I mean? Like, all things considered, I'm relatively not complaining about all this overtime that is technically unpaid. You know? Technically. Technically. Assemble! Beautiful, beautiful. If only auto shelf lasts a bit longer. Oh! I can do this, and then 3. Kind of spy where they are. It's never gonna work though. Am I gonna make it in time? I didn't! Damn. I was supposed to yeet it, right? Yeet it, and then assemble, and then auto shelf it. But I couldn't get it in time because I was pressing the wrong button. Oh well. And I threw that away out of anger. No, I misclicked, chat. I misclicked because that happens and I'm only human. I may be able to do magic, but I am only human-ish. Where are the keys, I wonder? I want treasure. Man. Arrow of the shattered knee. That sounds like a martial arts thing, no? Is a hymnal... Hymnal is music? Yes, no? 1D? Let's try it and find out, chat. Nope. Wait. 3? I was right. Holy crap. What's this? Books of alchemy. Oh, we found 2 of you. There. Can be in one pile. Okay, dokie. Okay, the dog is banned from learning alchemy. Why? Do you think I would give me too much power? Do you think... Let's just take it. I think the archery thing. Arrow of the shattered knee. Sounds like a martial arts thing, no? Probably. Introduction. Introduction. Volume 3. Oh. What if I take it? Inside. Got it. We got it, chat. Volume 7. Volume 3. Actually, I'm wonderful at my job. Probably. Wouldn't you pay me, chat? Like, if you had a library, wouldn't you pay me? Would you not pay me to guard and take care of all your... Wait. Magic for last minute commuters. Is this daily magic? I don't know about wonderful. It is wonderful, actually. It is wonderful. Let's see. Arrow of the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Nope. Is it in a different section? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Nope. Where do you belong then? There? What's there? Is it like an archery thing? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Huh. This one is love. Seven. I don't know where this is. I also don't know where this is. Magical creatures. I keep seeing that one. Summoning magic. I'd pay you to stay away. No, you would not. Think about it. I would make a wonderful librarian. Look at how clean the place will be after I'm done with it. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? Behavioral patterns. Is this it? Because I think this one was like monsters or something. Yep. How about magical creatures? 1, 2, 3, 10, 9, 8, 7. Yep. I think I did great. I'd hire you out of pity. I don't know how I feel about that. Assemble! 9, 10, 4, 3, 1. I'd say I'm doing great. What did I want to upgrade again? I forgot. Maybe shelf guide? Oh no, auto shelving. Right? Cause like if I just get all the things that are in one shelf and I bring it and I auto shelf everything, would that not be the solution to everything? You know what I mean? You know what I mean, chat? You understand me? You understand me? Question mark. Minor repairs. I think Detective the Reaper can wait somewhere. Okay. Where was the one for daily magic again? I think it's this one. Okay. Assemble. No? That didn't work? What? Where's my assemble? Where's my damn assemble? Cause it was completed, there was only 3. Aw, man. I kinda wasted that. But that means I found it all on my own, chat. Kind of, probably. Kind of, probably. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? No, it's below. Why do I only see 1? Ah. That's not bad. That's not bad. 2. Okay, so 1 is below. Memory transfer. Where do you even belong? There? Sort. I think I got the hang of it-ish. I keep doing that. As soon as I say I got the hang of it, something messes up, chat. Is that a sign? Is that a sign? I believe that if I were to hire you, my sister, who is a librarian, would strongly object. I don't know what you're telling you. I have great work ethic. Look at how much work I got done. Ish. Look at how much work I got done, ish. I think the bow and arrow thing is the one across from here. Succubus summoning techniques and practical applications. What are the practical applications of summoning a succubus, you think? Eat. Okay. E and then cool down. Please come faster. Hi Garimon, thank you so much for the sub. Look, I have magical powers. Now if only the cooldown would. Please. Thank you. See that? Magical. Absolutely magical. What does ontological even mean, chat? Fantasy or reality? The ontological problem of world. What does that even mean? Enchanted music. This must be downstairs. Oh, this one should be up here. I think. So I can eat this first. Right? And then I just gotta get to work. Ba 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 ba. Choo 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 choo. Ba 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 ba. Me 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 me. Me 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 me. Ba ba da ba. Choo choo choo. Choo 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 choo. Ba 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 ba. Ba ba ba. I think this is music. Assemble! Boom boom. Auto shelf. Only 3? Dang. Had I known. If I had known. Ethics of magic. Bestiary. I think bestiary. Cool down, please. I think it's here. Is it? No. Where are you supposed to go? Up there? Gosh dang it. Bestiary? Is it on the... It was on the 2nd floor. Where was it? It was like there? 2J? No. Wait, what was it? It was there, right? Up there somewhere? Sociology? Dungeon? Dungeons? Oh, 2P. Okay, 2P. Got it. I thought it was beastie monstrology something. Relying too much on abilities. I know, that's what happens. That's just what happens. I don't know what to tell you. I'm a changed doggo, Zaid. Ever since I've tasted the freedom of non-manual work. Ta-da! Why do stocks crash the moment I buy them? The story of my life. Hiya. Ooh, book of spells. Okay. Should get more of that. If there are more spell books, that would be great, because then we can just auto shelf, right? Ontology, the study of being, existence, and reality. That sounds... Complexity? Question mark? Oh, Scion? Scion? Sion? Scion? Of the Axe God. That must be a martial arts thing, no? It must be martial arts. I believe. Oh, wait, there's dungeon. Dungeon? Where was dungeon again? Is it back in 2P? 2P. Okay. This one belongs... I kinda wanna complete the Scion of the Axe God, because I'm pretty sure that's a martial arts thing, right? Assemble. Auto shelf. Hiya. Hiya. So many. It's so messy la. Who put the books on the floor? I did. Thank you so much for the sub, Appy TV. Beep 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 beep. This was the pile, right? That I yeeted. Mystery fiction. Psychokinesis. If I could find more Book of Spells, that would be awesome. Let's go to the Book of Spells section. And then the ultimate illusion should be here somewhere. That's complete. Okay, volume 5 should be here. Right. And then the... I don't know where beastification is again. You know what? You can stay here for now. Did I get them all already? Damn. Auto shelf. Where are you supposed to go? Okay, we got it. I think this is a good strat. Drink water and unshrimp. Hiya. How did you know? Okay. I drank. What's mod say? I know you grill. Do you mean krill? Because unshrimp. Get it? Wait, is krill a tiny shrimp or is that a fish? Amazing, yes. It allows the mouse to teach. Oh! So I was right. Did you mean girl or did you mean krill? Do you want mod say? Is that a command? I am a fun-sized shrimp, I would say. I would like to say auto shelving is great. Yep, I'm just gonna assemble all the shit. Assemble. Auto shelf. Assemble. Auto shelf. Assemble. Wait. Assemble. I'm gonna abuse this, aren't I? Auto shelf. Holy shit. Think I'll make it? Assemble. Auto shelf. Oh my god, shit! I'm a genius! Actually, I'm a genius. I made it just in time. Holy crap, did you see that? I leveled up. Can you stop treating your books like the Avengers? The nibbles on my mind. I should do that periodically. That way, if someone is lurking and they're like zoning out, then something is just gnawing on their brains. Aren't I a genius? I'll do it periodically. I think I'm a genius, chat. I'm maxing out. I think we got this. Nyaha. Ready? We're gonna do it again. We're gonna do the thing. Okay. Yeet. Assemble. Auto shelf. Right? Yee. Assemble. Auto shelf. I should come up with a magical word so like it will seem even more magical. How that works? That works. Beautiful, beautiful. Did you see my magical skills? Unimitable. No one will be able to follow it. Think about it. I feel so accomplished. You don't even know, chat. Hear me out. Hear me out. Okay. See, it works. I don't know what you're on about. It's the best magic technique I've ever employed the world has ever seen. Do you think I am amused? It's okay. You guys can if you just lurk, chat. Just lurk. Oh, it works just in time. That works. That's fine. You know, if someone actually had just asked me on speaker, I assume it would be mildly confusing, no? Wait, where's the other one? Oh wait, they're all in my hands because I'm dumb. Ah. Imagine if you're like attacking. Imagine you're a thief and you're trying to attack this library and I get in your way. You come in, I'm in the front door and I'm like... I actually use phone speaker right now. Don't. Why would you do that? Where is that? Oh, that's so far. I'm too lazy. I'm too lazy to get that, chat. Magic has spoiled me. I don't want to walk there. And I got it backwards. Hiya. I'm a speaker. I'm not surprised. Okay, no, we got this. We got this, chat. Okay. I don't know, I'm so amused. Oh my lord. I'm such a great librarian. Tell your sister I'm an amazing librarian. I don't know what you're on about. See? Look, it just the work finishes itself. You know what I mean? See? Look at that. It's practically done. I'm like, here. I can even keep it simple. I am mildly amused, not gonna lie. I am a mature and calm, collected household efficiency. Is that a daily thing? Hiya, wrong one. Hiya. The fact that she can reuse the blah blah is amazing. Was I even saying the same thing? Are you sure? Actually, are you sure? Because I'm not. I don't even know what I'm saying. Make sure you put them all from 1 to 10. Oh, don't worry. Do you want to see my magic trick? Ta-da! Ta-da! Did you see that? Don't worry. My magic will solve everything. Ta-da! Look at how magical! What is life? I don't even know where this goes, chat. Over there. Ta-da! Wait, I can make it. I don't know why I'm so amused. The spell got... Oh. Well, aren't we just screwed? Are we screwed? Maybe. Okay, you know what? Equality. Where's the dang keys, chat, for the treasure chest? I think they don't exist. Oh, I'm still amused. Oh, water yourself, houseplant. But where does this go? Oh, so far la. Hiya. Hiya, I'm too lazy. Did you see that? Okay. My feet are on the ground. I want to get something that's on this shelf. Because I don't feel like crossing the room. I deserve a raise. I deserve a raise. Where does this go, I wonder? Is it downstairs? Hiya. What? Where is it? Hello? I knew it would be here. Okay. Okay. Nyaha. If you know those stories where you get like isekai into the game you last played type shit. Would I have any practical skills to apply if I became like say you got isekai, chat, into a magical realm, and like I'm supposed to be a mage and all I do is like blah 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 blah. I got head pats, yippee! I wonder where zombies are supposed to go. Oops. I should upgrade the sword thing because it's taking forever to cool down. Downstairs? Ah bleep bloop. Ah bloop 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 bloop. Ah bloop bloop. Bloop 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 bloop. Bloop 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 bloop. Ah, bloop 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 bloop. Bloop 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 bloop. Ah, bloop 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 bloop. Ah, ba 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 ba. Yabba yabba yabba. Yabba ba ba. Where do you belong? Wait, beastification. Wait, where are you? Ebubu? Ebubu? You don't belong here? Gosh, dang it. Abubu. Hiya. Hiya. I need the sorting thing stat. Hiya. I'm the best librarian ever. Where do you go? Upstairs. Your practical skill is managing to survive despite being like this. I have this fear. What if I get reincarnated as like a cockroach or something? Just cause I'm good at surviving, you know what I mean? What if I just become a cockroach and the world perishes from radiation and I'm alive? Ish. Hello there, hi. I'm trying to find the dang treasure key that doesn't seem to exist. Where the heck are you supposed to find the symbols? What the heck? Ah. I should up... Yeah, shelf guide. The cutest cockroach. Do you guys know that manga? I guess it's an anime now. Where a girl got like reincarnated as like a spider or something. That's probably gonna be me. I'm gonna be like a spider or something. Something I'm terrified of myself, you know what I mean? Cause that's how life works. Weapon compendium. Legalities of blah blah. Hiya. I guess this would go to psychology. Where are you? I knew it would be up there. I knew it. I knew it. Oh, so this one is also psychology. Okay. Psychology, psychology. You belong here? Magical guess. Physiology, alchemy. Hero summoning. I don't think that's psychology. Illusions. I think I need to put that downstairs. Hiya, later la. Oh, brother. Do you think I'm getting lazier by the second? The more skills I unlock, chat. Is that human nature, honestly? Is that just human nature? I get lazier and lazier, chat. Oh, it's a martial arts thing, of course. Man. Hiya. Wrong button. The psychology of backseat gaming needs to be a real field of study. I don't know. Cause I feel like I don't really... Maybe because I'm dumb, honestly. It depends, but usually I don't really mind backseat gaming to a certain degree. But I know some people really get peeved by it. So it's a thing. But there's probably a psychological thing to it, right? Like Shirley? Prophecy. History. Necromancy. Where does this go to? Downstairs. Oh, brother. Oh, right, because it's illusions. I forgot. I'm not gonna make it down there before auto-shelving is over, am I? Please, 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 please. Oh, thank God. You didn't see that. The manga is better. Kumo desu ka? Nanika is amazing. I haven't seen the anime. Oh, shut up. I also haven't seen the trailer. But I like the manga. But I haven't finished it yet. Is it like... Has it been completed yet, chat? Because like when I was reading it, it went on hiatus or something. It didn't update for a very long time. You know what I mean? So then I kind of forgot about it. And I haven't continued it. Thought it was based off a light novel. It probably is. A lot of really good stories just basically gets adapted from light novels. I fell into a coma after getting a dog, but now I'm isekai'd in a game as one. That sounds like a real thing. The Kubo story also getting weird after her power. Yeah, I forgot. The last part I read it as... Oh, I don't want to spoil, chat. So what if it's a spoiler? You know what I mean? Wouldn't want to accidentally spoil someone. But I stopped after getting to a part. And then I'm kind of like... Okay? Question mark? But I kind of forgot where I left it at. You know what I mean? I think she was fighting this like... humanoid... Was it a demon thing? I kind of forgot, chat. It was like this... Was it like a girl with short hair or something? I honestly forgot. Yeah, I feel like I stopped at around there ish, but then it went on hiatus for a little bit, or at least it didn't update for a while. So I haven't read it again. Is it worth it to continue? Should I just read the light novel, you think? Oh, did I just eat this somewhere? Where is it supposed to go? There? Okay. Magic, magic, magic. I always call light novel if it exists. True. I always think that I'm just impatient. Say like, I would read the light novel. But like, if it's... It's rare though that the light novel is less translated than the manga, right? I just basically read the one whichever that's more completed, honestly, because I'm impatient. The cover is shiny. What is that? Practical trans... Look, it has like reflections. Am I crazy? Ooh. Right now I feel like an animal that sees a glowing light. Well, headlights. Gets distracted and then gets run over. Does that sound like me? Yes. Where do you belong? Here. 1F. Beastification. Oh, transfiguration. That makes sense. Blah, 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 blah. That makes sense. That makes sense. Life hack magic is probably upstairs or something. Why am I stuck here? Is it because I keep stepping on books? They upload really slowly. Yeah, probably I'll just read the thing. I would probably just read the thing. There was oh, chat. Remember when I say remember when Muna was talking about an anime that she was seeing on like YouTube. I think it was during the handcam stream over at like Ollie's channel. Kusunoki's Garden of the Gods or something. What is this? A world ruled by data. Fiction. Where would this go? Over there. Anyway, because she mentioned it, I ended up like curious, and so I watched it, and I do kind of like it. Because it's like on YouTube, right? I kind of liked it. And I think it's adapted from a light novel as well. So I'm considering if I want to read that. But I know if I start reading, I'm gonna lose track of time, chat. And then I'm gonna stay up. And then I'm gonna stay up all night just blasting it through. It's like officially English translated as well, the light novel. I think it's like $9 or something per volume. It has like 13 volumes, but only translated to volume 7 or 9, I think. I mean, it seems interesting. The cat anime. I mean, technically, it's not a cat? Question mark? Hydrate, you're right. I read the light novels for Mushoku Tensei, Apothecary Diaries, and The Ascendance of a Bookworm because I couldn't wait. Oh, I didn't know Apothecary Diaries has a light novel. I read the manga like years ago. Haven't finished it. And I didn't continue Mushoku Tensei. But I also didn't read the light novel, I think. I was reading the manga. And Ascendance of a Bookworm, at least where I was reading the translation at, it was like it kept jumping chapters and volumes, and it just got me confused. I still read it, but I feel like I lose track because I forget which volume I'm reading because the update is kind of weird. Maybe that's just where I'm reading it at, you know? That could be. That could be. You don't have tracker? What tracker? Tracker of like which chapter I'm on, you mean? Apothecary Diaries is literally a top seller light novel. Oh. For the stuff you're reading. I used to. I read it all on one site before. And then like and then there were a lot of like manhwas that I was reading that doesn't get uploaded to that site. You know what I mean? And then because of that, I have to go to other sites as well. And so then it gets split. Because like on the other sites, I don't have a tracker. I'm too lazy to log in. Except that's for manga, basically. But like for novels, I do track it. For novels, I definitely track. Because I have too many. The one I'm reading right now, I'm trying to remember the title. It's like a 30-year-old something was reincarnated as like a villainess somewhere. I think if I'm not mistaken, basically she gets reincarnated into like a game as a villainess, but she doesn't know that it's a game and she's a villainess. You know what I mean? So she went in, but she doesn't know jack shit. Wait, you should read it. It's kind of cute. They also have a manga adaptation, I think. Wait, let me find the title. I have the perfect app for you. You do? Really? Discord it to me. Kusunoki, I haven't read it, but I'll try. You could just casually like watch an episode of the anime as well. Like it's very chill, you know? It's like slow life type shit, I think. It's kind of healing. But I'm also curious where they want to take the plot. Does that make sense? Oh, found it. Found the love story. Where's the stairs? I haven't really read other light novels after I finished Konosuba. Ah. I think I'm currently reading Classroom of the Elite, Danmachi, and The Irregular at Magic High School. I think I watched Danmachi. I think. And Classroom of the Elite, I think I only read one chapter. I haven't continued it. Which one is this? 10? 3? 6. I still have lots of bad luck for the anime, including ReZero. I'm rereading The Wandering Inn right now, so I'll be occupied for that. I actually have never heard of The Wandering Inn. Oh, another manga that I make sure to read every update because it's very like chill is like Isekai Izakaya. And they have like several like series. It's set in low-key the same universe-ish. Oops. Yeah, here we go. Where did this belong again? Hiya Sofarla. You've heard of it. Yeah, and there's two, if I'm not mistaken. So there's Isekai Izakaya Nobu, and there's Isekai Izakaya Gen. They're like same universe-ish, but serialized differently, and the characters are different. Different people got isekai'd. Let's see. Media Society. Battlefield Logic. I'm trying to find one that's not far. Cause I wouldn't say lazy. Energy efficient. Oh, it's still on cooldown. It's the same world, yeah. Same world, different place-ish. Where the heck do prophecies belong? Hiya below, so okay la. Close enough. Same place. I should have... Well, anyway. I should have... I think that's also there, right? Yeah, exactly. I mean, it's roughly in that direction, chat. Roughly, right? I should just get it close to somewhere. Mystery is like... I don't know where. Hiya. Mystery should be up here somewhere, but you know what? In a pile. Damn you, the app I use. Thank you. AKA lazy. No, it's actually efficient. Cause then I can like, you know. Cause then I can like... you know, I can just like bring it here-ish. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? I'm not the problem. I'm the solution. Anyway, if they wanted me to not be lazy, they should have paid me more than pizza. I maintain my solid stance for the people. AKA me. Ooh. Book of Spells must be here. Surely? Hi, I did that because I wanted to. Yep. I think I'm doing pretty well. The Wandering Inn is also in isekais, the longest light novel out there. Oh, okay. That's interesting. That's interesting. Everyday magic. It goes up there, I know, so... I'm just gonna... Roughly, right? Okay, where were the books I threw? I think this is one of them. 1, 2... I lost them. No, they're here. They're here, chat. Okay. Okay. Is this all? I can't tell. I really need to start eating things in a proper manner. Hiya, close enough lah. Okay. Yep. Come on. Where are you? Where is this supposed to go? Did I just grab a different genre? Bro. Bro. I meant you, you dodo head. Hi, Ah! This works. You think I can make it with this one? I'm not gonna make it! I'm not gonna make it! Actually, magic is a lot of hard work, chat. Have fun sorting your... Hi, Farrell! Take a good rest. Thank you for lurking. I hope Farrell didn't witness that. Genuinely hoping nobody saw that. Nobody saw that, chat. I believe. I'm also gonna like, hi, have a good breakfast. Enjoy. Pharaoh did stay. I know. I don't know if Pharaoh saw when Sasa was like, oh my god, a chill talking stream? That's not chaotic. And I'm like, I'm always like this. I don't know what you're talking about. Ooh, love story. This has to go somewhere. Oh, I'm missing one. Crap. That's fine. Genuine shock. Did you know that I'm actually a very calm and mature adult, chat? Can't believe you would doubt me like that. Do you not see my aura? Also, no. Don't believe that person. That person is a liar. And I even leveled up because I'm not a liar. Exactly. Why did I upgrade this, by the way? Did I just mindlessly? Yes. Yes. I didn't even want to upgrade that. That belongs across what's supposed to be there. Okay, let's go. What is this? 2i? Magic and emotion? Is this psychology? Huh. Clueless. Hi, I don't know where this goes. There. Second one from the stairs. Alright. We might get there, chat. Is it here? Is it here? Nope. Uh-huh. Nyaha. Don't worry, Kanna. I believe you. I'm also a liar. There's something wrong with that sentence. I think. Me thinks there's something wrong with that sentence. I don't like it. Okay. Where's the dang key for the thing? Is it just messing with me? Does it not exist? Chat, where's the key? Where's the key? Is it like hidden? It's right there. Wait, give me the coordinates. What the heck? Low salary. Over there, I see it. Where, chat? North, south, east, west, hello? Management. Hiya. Oh. We haven't completed this one yet? What the heck? Oh, we really didn't. Huh. Am I that lazy? Yes. Long gone are the days of manual labor. I believe in industrialization and magic. Where? Can you even interact with things that are not books? The heck? Where the heck? Do I need to break something? Holy shit! Chat? Did I just accidentally find one and it was here the whole time? Told you it's right there. No, you're not telling me that you actually saw that. You lied. What the heck? Oh, brother. Me, when I don't check the one in plain sight. The key! We found it, Chow. We did it. It was a joint collaborative effort. Yup. How do I use it? Do I just eat it to the... It's this one, isn't it? I think you're supposed to find it earlier than this, huh? It's a scam, isn't it? It's a... To librarian, listen to me. We have a situation. Very unexpected, very messy situation in the Grand Library. It's total chaos. And you know who's behind it? A fairy. That nasty, mischievous fairy. It has turned our magnificent library into a disaster zone. It's a disgrace, frankly. But I am a man of solutions. I see a problem and I solve it like nobody else can by telling me to clean it, good sir. So, for this emergency only, I am giving immediate and unconditional permission to jump. Oh, bro, you mean, are you telling me I could have just jumped from the second floor to the first floor this whole freaking time? Within the grand library. Normally, jumping is forbidden in the library. We have rules, we have tastes, but rules are changing because I say so. This executive order is for the librarian. You need to jump high, you need to move big, and you need to fix this chaos immediately. So get jumping. Jump like a winner. We're gonna save this library and we're gonna do it right now. With all due urgency from Principal Merlin. I hate you. How? How do I jump? How do I jump? Oh, shut the fuck. I could have done that the whole time. Chat, the whole freaking time. I could have... Arlay crap, this would have helped like maybe... Well, frankly... 4.5 hours ago. Aw, man. I could have... Wait, I could have jumped from the first floor to the second floor? Oh my god, chat! Congratulations on finishing the tutorial, I swear. Chat. Chat. Oh my god, look what I can do! Holy shit, this is so awesome, actually. Remember how you figured out there's magic in this game after 2.5 hours? Oh my god, are you telling me that 2 hours is when my brain finally actually works? What if the key is like hidden somewhere, chat? Holy, of course I couldn't find it. Oh my god, chat. Chat. Wow. Holy shit, chat. Chat. I've sorted 1,000 books without jumping. Is it up there too? Now I have trust issues. Where are the other keys? Is it up there? It must be somewhere stupid. I have trust issues. Are you a star? You're a star. It's another paper, I swear. Huh? I could have been... Oh my god, Chad! We got carry capacity! Yahoo! Now I really want to find the other keys. Where could it be? It's not in the chandelier? Chat. Me trying to look for any single gap, chat. Where are you? Where are you? Where are you? Chat. I have a new goal. Press E to action. Oh. Now I'm sus of everything. She's learning. It's nice to open chests. I've always liked chests. I like them open. Where the heck? It's not up there, right? I'm not crazy. Chat, we must find the other thingamaboobs. What else am I missing out on? You know what I mean? What else am I missing out on, chat? It looks like... What's the shape? What's the color? Did you check all the chandeliers? Okay, it's either... Yellow diamond. Or green clover looking thing. Didn't see it. Could have jumped from the... Ugh. Hi, yeah, this would have been nice 4 hours ago. I don't think I see it, chat. It's probably under a random book. Surely not, right? Surely not. I honestly didn't look for it because I thought it would be under a book. Like here. Know what I mean? I didn't think it would be hanging literally on the wall, chat. Literally on the dang wall. What if it is just hanging on a random wall? What if? Is there a hint? The amount of trust issues I now have because of this game. I feel like there's no more obvious place where you can kind of jump to. Suspicious. 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 I don't see anything, chat. The hint is to look. Thank you. I wouldn't have thought of that. I can't even squat. Chat. Maybe if we go real quiet. Yellow and green. Yellow and green. What if it's like in plain sight or something? Like the first key was literally hanging right there. Dang it, chat. Do I ignore it? Do I ignore where it could be? Hi, I don't think there's any gaps. It's probably right. Okay, keep on the lookout, chat. If you see anything funny looking, you see any funny business. What if it's at the exit? What if? Grr. Honestly, why would you lock that away? That seems like important knowledge that the librarian should know. Man. Fairy tongues. I see some funny business in the left corner of the stream. If it's at eye level for you, it could be anywhere under the table. Shut up. I can't see. Where bottom left? There bottom left? Chat. You're laughing at me. I hate you. Wait, I am the bottom left. Shut the fuck up. I hate you all. I hate you. Shut up. If I could use my magic to angrily swat at you, I would. I hate you all. It took long enough. I don't. I hate you all. You suck. You suck. You suck. Grr. I see how it is. I see how it is. I guess I'll just have to do my job. Just like I've been doing. Greatly, might I add. Where does this belong? Wow, imagine I could have been doing this whole time. Wow, chat. Wow, look at that. Do you see how much faster it is? Man. Wow. Wow. C++? Why would you have C++ here? Where would this even go? What is this? Warriors Foundation. Not C++. Where would this go? There? What's over there? Yes, even in the magic world, you still need C++. Hiya. 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 Hiya, where's the key? Oh, I lost track. Aw, man. Sublimating brain fragments. What does that even mean? I assume the game gonna put C++ literally in language. Was it language there? You're right. Wait. Was it in 2N or 2P earlier? Huh. Maybe Travels of the Other World? Wow. What if it's like up there or something? Key. Are you there? Can't tell. Spell patterns management. What if it's in like a random place, like inside the shelf type shit? I have trust issues, chat. I have trust issues. It could be anywhere. Why would they not just give it to me? Grr. And I need the tome on interdimensional magic circles for some research. Excuse me, wait. Interdimensional magic circles. Maybe the travels of that would be in 2.0, good sir. Right over there. Good luck. Surely. I expect at least one key to be on a shelf under some books. I haven't seen anything that looks even remotely like a thing. Grr. Should I just mess things up around here? Maybe I should clean up this area. Near the first globe? I didn't even realize there was a second globe. Or the magic moon ball thing. Okay, let's see. Book of Constellations is here. Alright, and then what else should I clean around here? Where's that? Huh, I've never put anything in this shelf before. Okay, let's see. We have a goal, chat. We need to find more keys. Wherever it may be. I don't think I see any. Keys? That's an ink bottle. I swear. Is this in music or something? Yep. If I were me, I would require you to be holding a specific series, like summoning important objects to cast it. Bro, that sounds like complications. It's complicated. It sounds something like I would never get, honestly. Trey, there's nothing under the master stack of books, especially covering the table. I'm trying. Should I just eat everything off? I could do that. I could do that. Night-night! Thank you so much for dropping by. Really appreciate it. Nighty-nighty. Okay, let's try that. What if we just eat everything off? Question mark? Question mark? Wait. Oh, brother. And I had to be... Aw, man. Where would this go? Upstairs. Hiya. Yep. Okay, let's clean the table up. I really don't... I haven't seen it. Am I crazy? Yeah, found something. Yep. Okay. Okay, chat. I think it's like... Is it too obvious to be here? You know what I mean? Because like the table would be... What is that? That's the stupid fairy! What? Well, what could I do with it? Dead or alive? Kanna, why are you on a wanted poster? Do I really look like that? Look at me. I don't look like that. I genuinely don't look like that. Do you want that answer? What about this? I can't interact with it. I don't see anything, chat. Nothing else belongs here. I don't think the key is there. Unless I'm tripping. Nope. I don't see anything. Can't be on the floor? Question mark? How do you hide the key inside the book though? What if the fairy's in here right now? Holy shit, it's not even on the table. Chat. Sen? Did you... What's this? Trust me, I didn't set any traps in the chest box. Chat? Oh man. Chat, do we trust it? Do we not? Oh man. Do we trust you would never have misfortune fall on you for opening it, and then it's a mimic? What could go wrong? It's autosave, isn't it? There's no oh, brother. Hi. Do we do it, chat? What do we do? Do we trust it? What could go wrong? Oh man! Oh, I hate it! I hate it! I'm so low risk, but I'm also driven by curiosity. Oh no! Ah, chat! Oh, do I do it? Surely. Do we trust? Do we trust? We totally trust. Embrace the loot, goblin. Do you know what killed the cat? What? Trust. Curiosity. Okay, you know what? How long have I been streaming? Almost 5 hours. Oh, brother. I went over. Okay, you know what? Might as well get it over with. Whatever happens. Whatever happens, I'm gonna blame you, chat. I will blame you. Yeah. That checks out. That checks out. Are we alive? To librarian. Okay, we're safe. Look, let me tell you something. We have an incident. An unexpected... I swear to God. Why am I getting bugged? The whole time I could run? Wait, what's that? If you're expecting a trap, sorry to disappoint. I hate you. They're just messing with me, chat. They're literally just messing with me, chat. Have I just been messed with? See, I knew we should have been able to run. Brother. Look, I've been walking this whole time when I could have ran. You know what? Better than nothing. We still have 2,000. They're wizards. They're a bit whimsy. Okay, what if I just eat everything on the tables first? I think that's a good decision. I think we're on the right track here, chat. Right. Yep. I think this gave me hope, chat. If you see anything suspicious, Isn't there something close by that I can just eat over? Hi, nothing, man. Hi, jumping and running. Oh. Anything here? No? Notice how lazy I am. Oh, wait. The cooldown ran out. Oh well. Oh well. Okay. Let's find the other key, chat. There's another wanted sign. I wonder why they gave us the ability to rotate. Just cause? It only took like 4 hours to unlock. Yeah, after 4 hours... Well, 5 hours, I can finally run, chat. I can finally run. Oh, what if I just do this? Ta-da! Ta-da! Oh. It's a full rack. Okay. Back to finding the key to my freedom. If you see something, chat, you would tell me, right? You wouldn't leave me. It's not there. It's on the floor, isn't it? It's gonna be somewhere random like the floor. It's gonna be... It's gonna be the floor, isn't it? It's gonna be like here or something. Not gonna lie, this is one of the best discoveries so far when you discovered that you used the tap button for magic sauces. That was so fucked up. Where is it? What the heck? It's upstairs. I can jump! Oh man, the whole time. The whole dang time, chat. The whole dang time. Night parade. That's downstairs. Okay. Oops. Transition and evolutionary. I don't know where that goes. Hiya. I can't believe it took me this long. I told you to trust. Some would say I have trust issues for a reason. You know, Sen? Some would say trust issues come from somewhere. Somewhere indeed. Hmm? 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 Oh, it's full. Hiya. Yeet. Grab. Where's the others? Hmm? What? Eh? I have to put it manually? Hi, how technology has failed me, chat. Or I'm lazy, but I would say that it's not my fault. Where is it? Where is it? Up there. Key, are you also up there? Man. Your book stack was full when you summoned. You're so right. Huh? Oh. I keep eating the wrong thing, huh, chat? What? Where does this go? Downstairs! Hi. There we go. Finally. Finally. Oops. Assemble! Bop, 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 bop. Maybe the key is on one of the shelves randomly? Question mark? Question mark? Hmm. I can't tell if I'm being lazy or smart, chat. You're... Okay, wait. I'm gonna drink. Wait. I forgot that I was supposed to... I wanted to end stream after opening the stupid shelf. Because I thought it would bite me in the butt and like I'll have to restart or something. And then I'll be like, oh, such a shame. I'm gonna have to continue this later. But you know, that didn't happen. Nothing happened. A bit of both, but mostly lazy. Hiya. Where's the other key? It's gonna be like a basic skill again, chat. I swear. What I unlock is gonna be another basic skill. And it's gonna be low-key annoying. Refresh. 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 Assemble! Wait. Okay, I was shrimping and my legs were folded. And I also have to pee. Dang. Okay, chat. We made progress today. What if you unlock like floating? I don't know what possible other skill you can unlock. You know what I mean? +2. +2. Okay, so like running, jumping, +2. Other than carrying things, what would be nice to upgrade? Better zoom. What if the last one is just the key to the door? Dun dun dun. I swear it's gonna be like somewhere down here. Under a pile of crap, chat. Okay. I need to go to the bathroom. Yeah. Man. The game is fun. I think it would have gone a lot faster if I just figured things out from the start, but you know what? I still had fun doing it. Oh yeah. It's daytime. I did it all night. Aw, man. Wow, we pulled an all-nighter, chat. Did you see that? Wow. Maybe a heat vision magic eye. Maybe. Maybe. I think we did amazing, chat. I think we did wonderful, actually. Woo. Wow. So hardworking. I spent 5 hours playing this game. I wonder if there was any way to speedrun it. I wonder how fast it would be. Get the keys first. It would go so much faster. It's still pretty fun. The more you unlock automatic things, it goes faster, but also I get lazier. I'm so proud of our celestial chicken dog. Whatever my form, you still love me, right? Ah, man. Okay. I'm just happy that first of all, I did stream 3 times in a row this week. Because last time I tried to do 7 days in a row and then I got sick. So, we're doing baby steps, chat. We're doing 3 days in a row. My throat is a bit dead, but I can drink. I can rest. Now, how about 4 times? Do you miss me already? I'm still here. I'm still here. We're working up. We're working up. Did you guys have fun? I hope you guys at least had a chill time. And whether you're working or you're resting and you're lurking and you're eating and you're lurking and I don't know what else you do when you put me on the background or the foreground, but I appreciate you accompanying me. I always have a blast. Me, boop, boop, boop. You're always forgot. That's so sweet. I will continue to prove that I'm not chaotic. That I am always on my best behavior. I'm doing my laundry. I need to do my laundry. You're so right. It's not being proven, but nice try. No, really. Wow. I'll stream again next week. Azula, deduct the Kanna coins. Girls, you never have clothes. That's a very good question. You have proven yourself capable today. Just need consistency. Why is Christopher just laughing at me? I ran out of pants, frankly. Do you still have that mountain? No, I did that mountain of dirty laundry and have created a new mountain of dirty laundry. I would gladly spend Kanna coins for that. Your best behavior, sure. The best behavior. I see what you did there, but I assure you, my best behavior is indeed the best behavior. Right, chat? You're with me, right? You're with me, right? Deduct the Kanna coins. I wonder who's the richest. In Kanna coins, I mean. I wonder if we can check. I wonder. Let me see. Hmm. Let's see. I'm just curious, Chad. I'm curious. Maybe like top 10 or something. I'm gonna make a random command, chat. I'm gonna make a random command. Action. Chat message. Something. I don't know if this is gonna work. We'll see. Save. I don't even know if that's how we do it, but you know what? We'll see. Oh. I guess we'll find out, chat. Let me see. I'm just curious. Top 10. What command? I don't know if it's gonna work. Not that command. Oh! Aha! It doesn't count because I'm the streamer. I'm the richest person ever. Actually, Timmy's the richest. Technically, because I'm streaming, it doesn't count. Oh! A Seri bot shouldn't also count. You know what? We'll work on that. We'll work on that. Oopsies. Me. Oh, I can edit it. Wait. I think I can also alter mine. Okay, let's see. I want to ask, what can I buy? We'll work on that. Let's see. Whoop, wrong front thingamaboob. Oopsies. I didn't set it properly. Oh, well, we'll work on that. I need to remove Seri bot from there. Is it removed yet? Kanna. Oh yeah, wait, Seri is removed from there, no? Zero. It is removed. Maybe I am a genius. There we go. This is probably the more official one then. There we go. At the moment, if I'm not mistaken, at the moment, the only way to get more coins is to watch, right? So it accumulates over time. And then doing the daily check-ins also adds some, I think. And doing the first also add some, I think. I'll double check it, and then next week, let's see. Let's see if I can integrate other things to add more Kanna coins. Yay, clappies! Thank you so much, everyone! Hee 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 hee. Me hee hee. I can even drink, holy crap. A top 10, dang. Okie dokie, let's see. Is anyone? Bam 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 bam. That's a stupid question. Michi is streaming, isn't she? She's always streaming. What is on her screen? What the heck is that? What the heck is that? It's Boone. So many questions, chat. I have so many questions. Oh, Michi Molly's also. Michi Molly's also streaming, chat. We haven't rated her in a while. I don't know why she's giggling, but let's find out. I forgot how to do it. Oh, slash raid. It's not like I've been doing this few days in a row or something. It's totally not like I've been doing that so many days, chat. Dude, do you realize I have goldfish brain, right? Should I just be a goldfish next, chat? Watch me have fins. Thank you for stream. I enjoyed my comfy stay. Me too. I'm happy that you're comfy. I also have to pee, kind of. You can have matching memory. Here we go. I don't know why, but Molly's laughing so hard. There we go. There we go. Hiya! I'm actually super happy, chat. Cause like, I managed to play a game every day for 3 days straight. I didn't forget, and I didn't forget to end stream almost. We did it! We did it! I'll see you guys next week then. I'll put up a schedule again. At the very least on Twitch. Right? We'll see you after you raid out. No, wait, watch me. Watch me. Wait, I'll do it right now. Wait, watch me end. I'm ending. Boof. I'm sorry, that's the first thing on the screen. I don't know what to tell you. Right. You get what I mean. Have a wonderful rest of your day. Bye-bye. Bye-bye. Hiya. There we go. Why can't I chat? I really... She's so cute, chat. Why am I talking to chat? I'm ended. Did I mute? Did I end? Ooh, do, 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 do. Ooh, do, 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 do. I can't believe that's the first thing that popped up. Art, I mean, that's so funny. Bye, chat. It's great. Don't worry about it. It's totally great. Ah. Bye bye. I have to pee. I have to pee. I have to pee.